Welcome to the shadows lurking just beyond the light, where every choice bears a price, and every secret thirsts for acknowledgement. Tonight, you will walk paths forgotten by time, hear the whispers of restless spirits, and witness the unseen tolls exacted upon the living. These are the tales that haunt the edge of reason, the stories of bargains made, curses kept, and debts that cannot be escaped. 5 tales, 5 crossings, 5 whispers in the dark. Listen closely and pay attention, for sometimes the price is paid, not by the damned, but by you. The fox charm. The wind moved through the forest, like a voice trying to remember its own language. It wound itself between the tall Appalachian pines, carrying with it the scent of moss, wet soil, and the faint sweetness of decay that only the deep woods could hold. Ethan walked alone, along a trail that was barely a trail anymore, just a faint scar through the underbrush, made by the memory of hikers who no longer came this far. The ground was soft and cold beneath his boots, each step swallowed by the whisper of fallen needles and the sigh of distant branches. Somewhere behind him, an owl called out once, twice, 3 times, the sound stretching thinly across the emptiness, like a warning disguised as routine. He'd been out here for 3 days, chasing rumors that had started as footnotes in an old Appalachian folklore archive. Stories of ancient carvings, burial sites, forgotten cults, things that no one in the university had cared to investigate. For Ethan, it was more than research. It was desperation. His archaeology degree had led him nowhere but a part-time job cataloging pottery shards and unpaid credit cards stacking up on his kitchen counter. The grant money had run out, and so had his optimism. Out here, among the endless trees and silence, he could almost pretend he was still chasing something meaningful, something that might redeem the years he'd wasted. The sun had long disappeared behind the canopy, leaving the world in a bruised shade of gray-blue. Ethan adjusted the straps of his backpack, feeling the ache of fatigue along his shoulders, and lifted his flashlight. The beam cut through the mist, revealing nothing but more trees, slick with moisture. He exhaled slowly, his breath unfurling in pale tendrils before dissolving into the night. He'd been about to turn back toward camp when his light caught on something unusual. A pattern in the rock face ahead, half hidden by vines and lichen. He stepped closer. Beneath the green tangle of growth, the surface of the stone was too smooth, too deliberate. He brushed it with his glove, revealing the edge of a small opening, no higher than his chest, leading into darkness. It looked like the mouth of the earth, a place that had been sealed by time and forgotten by everything that lived above it. A faint breath of air came from within, colder than the night, carrying the damp scent of stone and something older still. A cave, Ethan murmured to himself, voice low, more reverent than surprised. He knelt, pushing aside the remaining vines, and pressed the light into the gap. The beam vanished quickly, swallowed by shadow. It wasn't large, but just wide enough for him to crawl through. Logic told him to mark the spot and return in daylight, but reason had long ago given way to a kind of feverish determination, the quiet hunger of a man with nothing left to lose. He removed his pack and slid inside. The air changed immediately. The temperature dropped, and the smell of soil turned metallic, almost sharp on his tongue. The walls of the tunnel were slick, and the ceiling low enough that he had to stoop as he moved. Every sound seemed amplified his breathing, the scuff of his boots, the distant drip of water that echoed somewhere ahead. After several minutes, the passage widened into a cavern no larger than a living room. Its ceiling hung with stalactites like teeth. Ethan lifted his flashlight, sweeping the beam slowly across the room. The light revealed markings carved into the walls, symbols he didn't recognize. Loops and strokes like animal tracks turned into script. They were old, yet the edges were clean, preserved by the cave's stillness. He felt the familiar thrill of discovery stirring under his exhaustion, the small, dangerous hope that this might be the moment his life turned again toward purpose. And then he saw it. In the center of the cavern stood a flat stone, its surface smoothed and blackened by time. Resting atop it was a wooden box, no larger than a shoebox, made of dark oak bound with tarnished brass. Cobwebs hung from its edges like fine silk. Ethan hesitated. The air in the chamber seemed heavier now, pressing against him as though the cave itself were holding its breath. His gloved hand trembled slightly as he reached forward and brushed the lid. The wood was dry but surprisingly intact. A carved symbol adorned the top of a stylized fox's face. The eyes elongated, the mouth curled in a subtle smile that felt both playful and predatory. He leaned closer, tracing the lines of the carving with his finger. The grain of the wood was smooth, unnaturally so, as if time had polished it instead of wearing it down. Carefully, he lifted the lid. The hinges groaned softly, and the smell of age escaped dust, resin, and something faintly sweet, like dried flowers long dead. Inside, resting on a bed of faded silk, lay a mask. It was carved from pale wood, shaped into the face of a fox, with delicate etchings around the eyes that shimmered faintly when the light hit them. Beside it was a rolled parchment, tied with a thread the color of dried blood. He picked up the scroll, untying it with care. The parchment crackled in protest, and the red ink shimmered faintly under the beam. The letters were elegant, written in a hand that looked both human and not. It read, "Eternal wealth, in exchange for a vow of undying love." Ethan stared at the words for a long moment, his breath shallow. He laughed under his breath, not out of humor, but disbelief. "A fairy tale," he muttered. "A promise for fools." And yet, the weight of the mask in the box drew his gaze back, its half-closed eyes seeming to look through him rather than at him. He told himself it was curiosity. The same curiosity that had pushed him into this life of forgotten places and dangerous discoveries. He told himself that he didn't believe in curses, or spirits, or anything that couldn't be measured by carbon dating or science, but his hands moved before his mind could argue. He lifted the mask. It was warm. The moment it touched his skin, a current ran through him, sharp and cold as ice water, racing down his spine. The flashlight flickered. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw something reflected in the polished eyes of the mask, a figure standing behind him, tall, draped in white, with eyes like liquid amber watching him through the gloom. Then everything went black. He didn't remember leaving the cave. In fact, he remembered very little at all. Only the sound or the feeling of someone whispering his name in a voice too soft to belong to anyone living. When he awoke, he was lying outside the cave entrance, the first light of dawn breaking over the mountains. The mask was beside him in the dirt, spotless, untouched by the mud or rain that had fallen during the night. He picked it up, and for reasons he could not explain, slipped it into his pack without a word. Months passed. Seasons changed. Ethan left the wilderness behind and stepped into a life that seemed to open for him all at once. An unexpected inheritance from a distant relative. An archaeological find that brought him fleeting fame. Investments that doubled without reason. Everything he touched seemed to turn to gold. His name began to appear in magazines. His lectures were packed. His smile rehearsed. And yet, sometimes in the corners of his vision, he saw movement. A flicker of white. A curve of pale silk drifting behind a doorframe. He would turn, and there would be nothing. He told himself it was exhaustion, the stress of success. But the feeling persisted that something unseen followed him, watching from just beyond the light. It was always gentle, never cruel. There was no malice in that unseen presence, only a quiet sadness that pressed against his chest, like the memory of a love he couldn't recall. At times, he would wake in the middle of the night to the faint scent of jasmine, or hear a sigh close to his ear, too close to be imagined. Once, as he stood before his bathroom mirror, he thought he saw another reflection behind his, a woman with long white hair and eyes like dying embers, gazing at him with something between longing and grief. He began wearing the mask at private gatherings, a symbol, he told his friends, of his fascination with folklore and ritual. They laughed, thought it eccentric, even charming. He didn't tell them that he couldn't bring himself to be apart from it for too long, that whenever he tried to put it away, a wave of cold panic seized him, as if something vital were being taken. 2 years after the cave, Ethan was married to a woman whose beauty and wealth were spoken of in every circle he moved through. The ceremony was extravagant, the kind of celebration that filled glossy pages. Yet, even that night, under the soft glow of chandeliers, he felt the pull of another gaze, quieter but far more intimate, watching from the edge of the crowd. On the night of the honeymoon, the world returned to silence. The lake beyond their estate shimmered under the full moon. The house, vast and still, seemed to breathe with the rhythm of sleep. Ethan stood by the window, a glass of wine in hand, the mask resting on the table beside him. He thought about the cave again, about the whisper, about how every gift had come easily, since that moment too easily. Behind him, the air shifted. A scent filled the room, familiar now jasmine, cool and sorrowful. He turned, slowly. There she was, a figure in white, faint as mist, her shape trembling between presence and memory. Her eyes were amber, soft as dying firelight, and her lips curved in a small, sorrowful smile. She raised her hand and touched his chest. Her fingers were cold, almost tender. When she spoke, the voice was a breath, not a sound. The vow was meant for me. Ethan's glass fell and shattered on the floor, the red wine blooming like blood across the marble. He tried to speak, but his throat locked. The air was thick, electric. His heart pounded once, twice, then slowed, as if someone had taken hold of it. The world folded inward. The whisper became the only thing he could hear. You swore, Ethan. You swore to love me. Then everything stopped. When they found him the next morning, he was seated in the same chair, his body perfectly still, his skin pale and dry as paper. There was no blood, no wound, only a thin mark across his chest, shaped like the curve of a fox's claw. The mask was gone. His wife, pale as shock, could only tell the police that she had woken in the night to the sound of glass breaking and a whisper that didn't belong to anyone in the house. In the weeks that followed, she inherited everything: the house, the fortune, the silence. But sometimes, when she walked past a mirror, she thought she saw a shape behind her, a white figure with amber eyes, waiting patiently, the faintest trace of sadness in its gaze. And if she listened closely enough, beneath the sigh of the pines that surrounded their estate, she could hear it still. The vow was meant for me. I spent the following weeks trying to forget the man in the garden. Or perhaps not a man, but something that had learned to imitate one. Yet, forgetting proved impossible in a house that breathed of him the scent of wet leaves in the hallway, the fox-shaped shadows flickering beneath my door, and that strange, delicate whisper that returned each night like the tide against glass. You still owe me a debt. The first morning after our meeting, I found the windows of my studio unlatched. The cold air smelled faintly of soil. A thin trail of mud stretched from the balcony to my work table, ending in a perfect paw print upon one of my canvases. The same canvas I had been painting before everything began. The painting was of a winter orchard, quiet and white, but now a single stroke of muddy brown cut across its heart like a wound. I remember staring at it for a long time. Then I turned away and decided not to clean it. A part of me feared that if I erased the print, something worse might return to replace it. The fox, or the man wearing the fox's calmness, did not appear again for several days, but his presence lived in the corners of the house, in the subtle disarray of my belongings, in the scent of pine smoke that rose from nowhere. It was as though he had left an invisible tether around me, one that tightened whenever I tried to speak to anyone else about what I had seen. When I called my sister on the third day, my voice trembled as I began to describe the night in the garden. Yet before I could finish, a deep static flooded the line. Through the crackle, I heard a voice that was not hers, low, measured, almost courteous. Do not share what is not yours to tell. And then the call ended. After that, I stopped trying to explain. It was a week later, on a wind-heavy dusk, when I saw him again. I had gone out to fetch water from the old stone well behind the house, a habit I'd inherited from my grandmother, though the pipes worked fine. The air carried a thin mist, and the trees swayed with that slow, warning rhythm they often held before a storm. When I leaned over the edge of the well, the reflection that looked back at me was not mine, it was his, dressed in the same coat, the same faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "I thought you'd forgotten," the reflection said, though his lips did not move in sync with mine. I stumbled backward, the bucket slipping from my hands and vanishing into the dark. My voice came out barely audible. "What debt?" The reflection rippled once, then stilled. The kind that is born when one looks too long into a forbidden light. I didn't understand, and he seemed to know that. The reflection's gaze softened, and the voice that followed was almost kind. "Do you remember the night you crossed the garden, when the stars turned pale and the lanterns went out? You stepped upon a place not meant for the living. The door opened because you looked directly into it. And when you did, I was freed." I began, but he interrupted with a whisper that seemed to come from within my chest rather than from below. "You did, and freedom, for creatures like me, always comes with a cost." The wind rose then, lifting dead leaves into a swirling pattern that clung to the rim of the well. When the mist cleared, the reflection was gone, but at the bottom, faintly glimmering beneath the black water, I saw what looked like a shard of bone, smooth and pale. I turned and ran. That night, I locked every door and window. I even nailed the attic hatch shut, though I couldn't say why. The house seemed to listen. The beams creaked softly. The walls exhaled cold. When I finally slept, I dreamed of a fox made of ash and smoke sitting at the foot of my bed. Its eyes glowed like cinders. "You owe the light that released me," it said, "and you will pay it when the moon turns red." I woke before dawn, breathless, the taste of iron in my mouth. On my bedside table lay a tuft of red fur, still damp. The next days unfolded with the slow certainty of a fever. I painted obsessively, as though some force guided my hand. My brushstrokes grew less human. They twisted. They bled into one another. They formed shapes that were almost alive. Every canvas became a window, every figure a shadow of the man I'd met. And always, somewhere hidden among the colors, a fox waited, sometimes crouched behind a tree, sometimes walking along the horizon, watching. One afternoon, while I was painting by the light of a storm, I heard a soft knock on the door, the kind that sounded less like a visitor, more like an echo returning from another world. When I opened it, the garden beyond was empty, but resting on the doorstep was a folded piece of paper, sealed with wax in the shape of a paw print. Inside, in looping script, it read, "The debt is not yet due, but when the moon bleeds, come to the garden. Bring what is dearest to you." There was no signature, yet I knew exactly who it was from. That night, unable to resist, I went outside. The air was heavy with the scent of rain and ash. Beneath the same tree where I had first met him, the lantern still hung, though no wind could move its flame. The man was waiting, though his shape seemed thinner now, stretched at the edges, as if the world itself was trying to forget him. "You've read my message," he said. His eyes, once bright, now flickered faintly, like candles nearing their end. "Tell me, have you begun to remember?" "Remember what?" I asked, though my voice barely carried. He smiled, and the expression was both human and terribly wrong. "The night you opened the way." I wanted to protest again, but he raised a hand-long, elegant fingers that seemed more shadow than flesh, and suddenly the world tilted. The trees bent inward, the stars dissolved, and I did remember. It came like a storm breaking through my skull. The night months ago when I had wandered into the garden chasing a sound, a cry, soft and broken. I had followed it to the well, where a faint light pulsed beneath the surface like a heart. Without thinking, I had leaned closer, whispering something I couldn't recall, and the light had risen, a shape forming, trembling, pleading, and when I reached out, it had taken my hand. I had pulled it free. The man stepped closer now, his voice no longer gentle. "You lifted the seal that held me. That night, a life left this world in exchange for mine. Someone paid for what you did. That is the debt. The garden around us darkened. The flame in the lantern flared, revealing a second figure standing behind him, faint, translucent, her outline made of starlight and sorrow. It was a woman. Her face was blurred, but her posture was familiar, her head tilted, her hands trembling as though she was about to speak. When she did, her voice carried the sound of falling leaves. "You promised to help me." I took a step back. "Who are you?" But the foxman answered for her. "She was the one who called for release. You answered. You opened the gate, but the light took her instead of me." The woman reached out, her fingers barely visible. "He was trapped for my crime. I thought I could free him. You freed him instead. And now, you carry what was mine." The wind screamed through the garden. The fox's eyes glowed brighter, almost feverishly. "You see, artist, debts like ours cannot vanish. They transfer." The woman's light began to fade. She looked at me with something like pity. "He will come for you when the moon turns red, unless you give him what he desires most." What does he want?" I asked, though the answer had already begun to form in the hollow of my chest. The foxman's smile widened, and the voice that came from him was both inside and outside my skull. "Creation, the act that mirrors the divine. You make worlds from nothing. Give me that. Let me be remembered in the shape of your art." And then he was gone. The garden fell silent except for the trembling of the lantern. When I returned inside, every painting in my studio had changed. Each canvas now showed the same image, the fox, walking through snow, his eyes fixed upon me. Beneath one of them, scrawled in wet paint, were the words, "When the moon bleeds." I did not sleep that night, nor the next. The sky outside had begun to turn the shade of dying embers. The air itself seemed to pulse, as though waiting for something. And in my dreams, the fox's voice echoed endlessly. "The debt must be paid. The debt must be paid." On the fifth night, I noticed something terrifying. My reflection, in the mirror by the window, was no longer my own. It smiled before I did. It had eyes the color of fire, and somewhere deep in the forest a howl rose that was neither beast nor man, a sound of remembrance, of an ancient bargain waiting to be fulfilled. The moon, faintly veined with red, had begun to rise. The days that followed became a distortion of time, a feverish haze where sunlight felt like memory, and night pressed itself against the windows, as though something beyond was waiting for its cue. I could not paint, could not eat. The fox's whisper had begun to take residence beneath my thoughts, curling itself through every silence. When I walked past mirrors, they flickered. When I dreamt, I woke with my hands covered in a fine dust that smelled of iron and pine. Each night, the moon grew larger, heavier, its light no longer silver but tinged with an unnatural hue. Pink first, then rust, then the deep color of clotted blood. It pulsed faintly in the clouds, as if it were alive. The whole village seemed to sense it, even if no one spoke aloud. The birds stopped their evening calls. The dogs howled without knowing why. And on the sixth night, a mist rolled down from the mountains, thick and low, swallowing everything in its path. I locked myself inside the studio. But even then, the air felt porous, like breath passing through skin. My canvases stood around me like silent witnesses, their painted eyes watching. Every one of them had changed again. The fox appeared not as a beast anymore, but as a man stepping through the same orchard I had painted months ago, though now the trees were burning, and from each flame a shape rose, a hand, a face, a whisper, and at the center of that inferno, painted with the precision of a wound, stood the well. Its surface shimmered with crimson light. I should have turned away. I should have burned the paintings. But the fox's voice called gently from the edge of hearing, "Come to the garden, child of creation. Bring what is dearest to you." At first I thought he meant my life. Then I realized he meant my art. I gathered my brushes, the oldest ones, the ones still stained with years of restless nights. I took one of the canvases, the smallest, where the fox had first appeared, and stepped outside. The mist had grown so thick that even the lantern by the gate looked like a drowned star. The trees bent low, their branches trailing across the path, as though trying to keep me from moving forward. And yet I did. Each step toward the garden felt like descending into a heartbeat too vast to belong to any living thing. The air grew colder, denser. When I reached the clearing, the lantern still burned, though its light was red now, not gold. Beneath it, the man waited, the fox's shape draped around him like a second shadow. He smiled. His teeth were too white. "You came." The moon hung above him, swollen and red, its light bathing everything in a dull, trembling glow. "You said I owed a debt," I whispered. "I've come to pay it." He nodded, stepping closer. The air rippled where he moved. His presence carried the scent of rain-soaked fur and grave earth. "You've brought what is dearest to you." I held up the canvas. My hands were shaking. "You wanted creation. Take it. Take all of it." "Oh." He studied it, the painted fox beneath the burning trees, and for the first time his expression shifted. There was something like sadness in his eyes. "You misunderstand. I do not want what you made. I want the making itself. The hand that shapes, the heart that conjures, the part of you that gives form to silence." My breath caught. "You want my..." "Yes," he said softly. "Your gift, the light that opens doors." The ground beneath my feet trembled. The air shimmered like water. The trees leaned closer. Some were far off. Thunder rolled, though the sky was clear. I stepped back. "If you take that, there'll be nothing left." He smiled again. "Exactly." The fox's eyes flared behind him, twin stars burning through the mist. His voice layered over the man's now, deeper, older. "Creation is a fire. Once it begins, it must feed. You lit it in me when you opened the way. Now I will feed on you until the balance is restored." The lantern burst, scattering sparks across the garden. The mist surged upward, and suddenly I was surrounded by shapes, silhouettes of animals, of people, of things that had once lived and now lingered. They whispered, not in words but in the language of loss. Each one passed through me, leaving behind the cold taste of ash. And then he reached for me. His hand, when it touched my chest, was warm. Terribly, impossibly warm. I felt it sink past skin and bone, into the place where thought becomes breath. The world spun. My vision fractured into fragments, flashes of the orchard, the well, the woman made of light, her eyes wide with sorrow. "You took her place," the fox murmured. "Now I take yours." Something pulled inside me, not a pain, but an unraveling. My memories began to lose their edges. My paintings blurred in my mind. I tried to scream, but no sound came. The only thing that remained sharp was the memory of color, red, endless red. "Wait," I managed to whisper. "If you take everything, what will I be?" He leaned close, his breath cold against my ear. "Empty." But empty things echo beautifully. Then he drew his hand away. I collapsed to the ground. For a moment, I thought I had died. But the night around me still throbbed with motion. The foxman stood silent, holding something invisible between his palms. When he opened them, a faint light flickered there, small, trembling, like the last breath of a candle. My light. He brought it to his lips and inhaled. The glow vanished. The air shivered. And when I looked up again, the man was gone. In his place stood only a fox, its fur glistening red beneath the bleeding moon. It stared at me not with hatred, but with a strange, solemn gratitude. Then it turned and walked toward the well. The ground did not disturb beneath its paws. When it reached the edge, it looked back once more, eyes like dying coals, and whispered, though its mouth never moved, "The debt is paid." It leapt. The water swallowed it whole. The silence that followed was vast. I lay there until dawn, staring at the place where the well met the horizon. The moon paled. The mist began to retreat. When I finally stood, my hands were numb, my heart oddly calm, but something was missing. something vital. Back inside the house, I tried to paint. I set the canvas before me, mixed the colors, lifted the brush, yet no image came. My hand moved, but the strokes were hollow, directionless, without soul. I painted until my fingers bled. The canvas remained blank, and when I looked into the mirror that evening, the reflection was mine again, but the eyes were dull, unlit. Somewhere deep inside I knew. The fox had taken my gift. He had become what I once was, a creator, reborn in another shape. As for me, I was merely a shadow now, a collector of echoes, a vessel emptied so another could be filled. Yet sometimes, late at night, when the moon hangs low and the wind passes through the trees, I swear I can hear it, a brushstroke in the dark, a whisper on canvas, a shape forming in silence. The world remembers him now, even if it forgets me. And when I pass by the garden gate, I see the lantern still burning, faint but steady, as though waiting for someone else to open the way once more. The seasons shifted, almost without my noticing. Days folded into one another like pages pressed too tightly to be read. The world outside my window was vibrant again. The dogwoods had bloomed. The sun pooled through the branches, yet to me, everything carried the faint sheen of unreality, as though I were looking at life through glass. I had become a spectator in my own story, drifting through routines that no longer belonged to me. I sold my paintings. They were lifeless things, technical but soulless, the kind of art that satisfies only the eyes. Critics praised them for their precision. Collectors called them eerily serene. I said nothing. Every brushstroke felt like a lie, a mimicry of creation. When I stared at the finished work, I could not remember the motion that birthed it. I had lost the flame that gave it purpose, and the silence in my studio grew heavier each day. Then came the letter. It arrived without a sender's name, sealed in crimson wax impressed with the faint outline of a fox's tail. I should have thrown it away. I should have burned it, but my hands were already trembling as I broke the seal. Inside was a single sheet of paper, thick and soft, smelling faintly of cedar and ash. The handwriting was elegant, slanted, unmistakably familiar. There is to be a wedding at the hollow church beneath the ridge, 3 nights before the harvest moon. You are expected to attend. Bring nothing but what remains of your heart. No signature. The hollow church. A ruin deep within the woods, long abandoned after a landslide had taken half the hill it stood upon. I had seen it once as a child, its steeple leaning, its stained glass half buried under ivy. No one went there anymore, not even the hunters. I told myself I would not go, that I owed nothing more to that voice, that shadow, that fox who had already stripped me bare. And yet, on the night of the waning moon, I found myself walking toward the ridge, the same path I once took to the well. The forest was alive with sound, not of creatures but of whispers. The wind moved strangely, circling me, carrying with it faint strains of a melody, a woman's voice humming a bridal tune from some forgotten century. The deeper I went, the thicker the air became, as if I were walking underwater. My breath fogged before me. The scent of lilies and decay intertwined, sweet and suffocating. The hollow church revealed itself through the mist, like a wound reopening. Its doors hung crooked, one fallen inward. Inside, candles burned in impossible abundance. Hundreds, maybe thousands, their flames motionless, unaffected by the draft. Between the rows of pews, shadows shifted. At the altar stood a woman. She wore a veil of white silk, so long it spilled down the steps and onto the aisle, rippling like liquid moonlight. Her gown shimmered faintly, embroidered with symbols that twisted as they caught the light, and though her face was hidden, I knew her. The fox had spoken of her once, the woman whose vow I had inherited, the spirit he could not release. You came, she said, her voice a melody that did not belong to human throats. I froze at the threshold. You sent the letter. And her veil tilted slightly, as if she smiled beneath it. I wrote the words, but it was he who guided your feet. The candles flickered. Somewhere, a bell tolled low and slow, each note trembling through the air like a heartbeat. I thought the debt was paid, I said, though my voice cracked around the words. It was, she murmured. For him, not for you. A chill crawled through me. What does that mean? She began to descend the altar steps, the veil flowing after her like mist. Each footfall echoed twice, once in the air, once beneath my ribs. When she reached the aisle, she paused, and I caught the faintest glimpse of her face beneath the fabric. Pale, almost translucent, her eyes reflecting not light, but memory. When he took your gift, she said softly, he made you hollow, but emptiness is not absence. It is a vessel, and all vessels must be filled. The air thickened. Behind her, the shadows of the pews seemed to stretch and breathe. Filled with what? I whispered. Her answer was almost tender. With me. The candles went out all at once. Darkness swallowed everything. Then, in the hush, I felt her hand touch mine, cold not with temperature, but with eternity. My body stiffened, yet I could not pull away. The world dissolved around us, and when sight returned, I was no longer in the church. We stood in the orchard again, the same one from my paintings, the trees heavy with fruit that shimmered red as glass. The sky above us was vast and black, except for a single moon, enormous, bleeding light. Why bring me here? I asked. Because this, she said, gesturing to the trees, is what you made. You painted the threshold, and now we live within it, you and I. I wanted to deny it, but the truth pressed against my chest like a weight. Every branch, every fruit, every flicker of the moonlight was something my hands had once rendered. It was my world, but no longer under my control. She stepped closer, the veil brushing my arm like smoke. He loved me once, the fox, but I betrayed him, as all creators betray their creations. I wished for a life beyond the myth. I wished to walk among the living. Her voice trembled, and for a moment she seemed almost human. So he cursed me to linger between, neither ghost nor flesh. I could only return when another soul spoke the vow. The vow I made, I whispered. Yes. She reached for my face. And so, by his absence, I am free. But freedom is not life. To exist, I must inhabit what remains of your heart. Her hand slid across my chest. I felt warmth surge beneath her palm, the faint ember that had survived the fox's theft. My last fragment of self. No, I gasped, stepping back. That's mine. It was never yours, she replied almost gently. It was borrowed. From me. Her fingers tightened. The air pulsed. I tried to resist, but my body betrayed me, drawn toward her as if by gravity. Our foreheads met, and the world blazed white. I saw everything, her past, his curse, my own hollowing reflected in hers. The fox had bound us both in a cycle of taking and giving, creation and consumption, love and loss. The vow had no end because neither of us could let go. When the light faded, she was gone. The orchard was silent. My chest burned. I looked down. Her veil had dissolved into my skin, leaving faint trails of white across my hands, like cracks in porcelain. And from the corner of the orchard, a fox watched me, its fur pale as moonlight, its eyes no longer hungry but mournful. She is part of you now, it seemed to say, as you were part of me. I fell to my knees. The ground beneath me was soft, almost breathing. The fruit from the trees began to fall, one by one, bursting open on impact, and from each, a small wisp of light rose and drifted toward the sky. Souls, maybe, or dreams. The fox turned and disappeared into the mist. When I awoke, I was back in the church. The candles were gone. The pews were empty. The veil lay across the altar, folded neatly, as though waiting for the next ceremony. My chest still glowed faintly where her touch had been. Outside, dawn was breaking. The mist had lifted. I walked home in silence. The forest, strangely still, as if it, too, had witnessed something sacred. That night, I tried to paint again. For hours, I worked in silence, and when I finally stepped back, I saw that the canvas was not blank, nor was it something I recognized. It was her, the bride beneath the veil, but her eyes were open now, and in their depths, I saw myself. For the first time in months, tears came. Perhaps the fox had taken my gift, but she had given me something else, not creation, not inspiration, but the haunting weight of remembrance. A life bound to myth, a myth breathing through life. And in that moment, I understood. There is no such thing as a debt repaid in full. There is only the endless inheritance of longing passed from spirit to flesh, from artist to ghost, from fox to bride, from me to whoever dares to look too long into the heart of beauty. When I blew out the lamp, the veil on the canvas shimmered faintly, as though caught in a breeze that didn't exist. Then came a whisper, soft and distant, spoken in the same voice that once belonged to her. Our vow endures. And somewhere beyond the walls, in the darkness between the trees, the fox answered. For weeks after the night of the veil, I wandered through life as though it were an echo of something long concluded. The village around me moved with the pulse of spring children laughing in the meadows, shopkeepers calling beneath the awnings, the smell of warm bread drifting from the baker's window, but none of it reached me. It was as if the world had decided to continue without waiting for my consent. I kept to my house on the edge of the woods, where the air was quieter, the horizon always faintly misted. My paintings still lined the walls, though I no longer knew whether they belonged to me or to the others who had borrowed my hands. I began to see subtle changes in them, movements that were too deliberate to be tricks of light. A shadow in the corner deepening, a fox's tail curling further into view, a woman's veil rippling though no wind passed the open window. Sometimes I would sit before them for hours waiting for them to speak. And sometimes, when the night was still enough, they did. Not in words, but in the slow shifting of colors, in the way a painted eye might look a little more alive than before. It was not madness, I no longer believed in madness, but a form of remembering, as if the world I had painted refused to remain confined to its frame. One evening, while the last light drained from the trees, I heard the sound again. The wind brushing the pine needles, a low humming, soft and distant, the same melody the bride had sung in the hollow church. It threaded through the walls of the house like smoke. When I stepped outside, the forest seemed to breathe. The mist had returned, rolling between the trunks in pale waves. The path ahead was lit not by moonlight, but by a faint glow that pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. I followed it, drawn without thought, until I came once more to the orchard. But it was not the orchard of my paintings. This one was dying. The trees stood bare, their bark split and blackened. The fruit had withered to stone, hanging by threads. In the center of the clearing stood the well, its stones now slick with dark moss, and beside it, waiting, was the fox. Its fur was duller than before, and its eyes no longer burned with hunger. It looked at me almost gently, as though seeing something that pained it. "You've come far," the voice said, not aloud, but inside my chest. "I didn't mean to," I whispered. It called to me. The fox tilted its head. Old debts call in time. I wanted to ask what more it wanted, but it stepped closer before I could speak. "You've carried the vow. You've borne her grief and mine, but you have not yet seen the truth beneath it." It turned toward the well. The water below was still, perfectly mirror-like. As I looked down, my reflection rippled, and another face appeared beside it, the bride's. Her eyes were closed, her lips barely parted, as if in prayer. The fox's reflection shimmered behind her, its muzzle brushing her shoulder. "We were never two," the fox said softly. "We were once split in the moment of betrayal, the heart that loved and the hunger that consumed. She wished to be loved beyond eternity. I wished to be remembered. In granting her wish, I lost myself. In taking yours, I sought to end the cycle." My reflection shifted. The water showed me wearing the mask again, the carved fox face gleaming faintly with crimson veins. "You made me part of it," I said. "I gave you choice," the fox replied. "You opened the door, you painted the path, and now you must decide which of us remains." The mist thickened until I could no longer see the trees. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, the stones of the well humming like struck glass. From the depths rose faint lights, hundreds of them spinning upward like fireflies. Each carried a whisper, fragments of every vow ever made beneath the moon. I love you. I will never leave. Unto death. Unto beyond. The light circled me, filling the air with warmth and sorrow. The fox stepped back, its shape beginning to waver. The vow feeds on belief, it said. As long as someone remembers, the story endures. Let it end, and we may rest. Keep it alive, and we remain what we are, shadows, feeding on creation. It looked at me then, eyes heavy with something like mercy. You are the witness now, the silent keeper. Only you can choose. I looked again at the water. My reflection wavered between three forms. Myself, the bride, and the fox. Three fragments of the same creation, all bound by the same unbroken promise. Wealth for eternal love. The words from the scroll whispered back to me, faint as wind over stone. I thought of the cave, of that first night when I found the mask. I had been searching for meaning in ruins, chasing myths for the sake of discovery. But what I had uncovered was not a relic. It was a hunger that mirrors the heart's own, the need to be seen, to be remembered, to be loved beyond the decay of flesh. If I broke the cycle, perhaps the world would forget us all. Perhaps the fox and the bride would vanish into myth once more. But if I kept it alive, the story would go on, changing shape, wearing new faces, whispering through new hearts. I reached into the well. The surface was ice cold, but it did not resist. My fingers brushed something smooth wood. I pulled it free, the box. The same oak box I had found months ago in the cave. Only now, the carving on its lid had changed. The fox's face was gone. In its place, a mirror, tiny, round, no larger than a coin. I opened it. Inside lay the mask, unbroken, its eyes gleaming faintly with red light. If you wear it, the fox said, its voice barely more than a sigh, the vow begins again. And if I don't, then it ends. The wind stilled. Even the whispers from the lights went silent. I held the mask to my chest, feeling its pulse match my own. It was not evil, not entirely. It was longing made flesh, a fragment of divine loneliness that had found a home in mortal hearts. To destroy it would be to silence that longing forever. To keep it would be to feed it endlessly. And yet, in that moment, I understood that some stories must endure not for the sake of the cursed, but for the living, who need to believe that love, however dark, can defy even death. I placed the mask gently back into the box. The lights above the well dimmed, one by one, until only a single glow remained. It hovered before me, flickering faintly like a dying ember. "Will you tell it?" the fox asked. "Yes," I said, "but not as truth, as warning." The fox nodded. Its form began to dissolve into the mist, each strand of fur turning into a wisp of light. "Then you have freed us." The last of its voice echoed through the clearing, soft, weary, almost human. "The witness remains, so the world may forget." And then it was gone. The orchard crumbled into darkness. The well collapsed inward, swallowing itself in silence. I stood alone beneath a sky empty of moon and stars. When dawn finally came, I was lying on the threshold of my house, the box still in my hands, the mask inside cold as stone. I buried it beneath the roots of the oldest pine, marking the spot with nothing but a smooth river stone. For the first time in months, I slept without dreams. Years have passed since that night. I no longer paint. The studio is a place of quiet now, filled only with light and dust. Visitors come sometimes, students, collectors, believers in old tales. They ask why I stopped creating, why my last works all feature the same motif, a white fox beneath a red moon, watching a veiled woman disappear into mist. I tell them it is a story about debt and love, about the way beauty consumes those who chase it too far. They nod, smile politely, and leave. None of them ever notice the faint scent of cedar that lingers in the air after they go. But sometimes, when the night grows cold and the wind passes through the trees just so, I hear the sound again, the faint rustle of silk, the soft pad of paws, the whisper of a vow spoken beneath a forgotten moon. And I remember the fox's final words, etched into the hollow of my heart. The witness remains. Now I know what it means. The story did not end with me. It never does. Someone will walk that trail again someday, find that cave, open that box, read those same crimson words, and believe, as I once did, that love is worth any price. When they do, the wind will rise through the pines, the owl will call 3 times, and the world will hold its breath, waiting for the next vow to begin. And I, wherever I am, ghost, echo, memory, will be listening. Always. The sealed manor. The rain had been falling since dawn, soft at first, like breath against glass, then heavier, striking the windows of the van as it crawled along the winding New England road. Beyond the windshield, the trees were bare silhouettes, their branches like blackened veins against a bruised sky. Inside the van, the air smelled faintly of damp leather, coffee, and static from the equipment cases stacked against the seats. Alex leaned forward from the passenger side, eyes fixed on the GPS, which blinked weakly in and out of signal. 2 more miles, he murmured, mostly to himself. That's what the coordinates say. From the driver's seat, Marcus let out a low whistle. 2 more miles into where? This map ends in the middle of nowhere. I swear you picked the best vacation spots. Blackwood Manor, Alex replied, his tone quiet but precise. Built in 1870, won by the Blackwood family. Abandoned in 1913. Sealed in 1920 after whatever happened down there. The local records call it a containment order. In the back seat, Sarah looked up from her equipment bag, frowning. Containment? That's a weird word for a real estate file. Not if the people doing the sealing weren't exactly realtors. A low chuckle rippled through the group, but the sound quickly died under the steady drum of rain. Outside, the world grew denser, the trees crowding closer, the mist thickening. When the van finally rolled to a stop, the road had already narrowed into mud. Ahead, through the curtain of rain, the silhouette of the manor rose. It was massive, not tall, but sprawling its walls devoured by ivy. Windows boarded over with warped planks. The main door was sealed with an iron chain that gleamed faintly under the headlight beam. Looks like something out of a bad dream, Marcus muttered, reaching for his umbrella. Alex opened his door, stepping out into the rain. The air was cold enough to sting his lungs. The manor loomed ahead, a single light flickering in one of the top windows, too brief, too faint to be real. Sarah, check the baseline EMF once we're inside. Marcus, bring the camera rig. We'll set up the EVP recorders in the main hall. Sarah followed, without question, though she glanced once more at the flickering window. The sound of the door chains clinking was swallowed by the wind as Alex knelt to examine them. The iron was etched with faint symbols, circular, uneven, not decorative, but deliberate. He brushed away moss, revealing a sigil beneath the rust. It was old, maybe older than the manor itself. That's not from any Western sealing tradition, Sarah murmured, crouching beside him. Looks more like a containment mark, but not one meant to keep people out. Alex met her gaze, his own voice nearly drowned by the rain. Then it's meant to keep something in. They broke the chain. The door creaked open, not loudly, but long, like a breath held for decades finally being released. Inside, the air was heavy, thick with dust, and the faint sweetness of rotting wood. Their flashlights carved pale tunnels through the dark. Wallpaper peeled away from the walls like dried skin. Furniture sat in perfect stillness, covered in gray cloth. The manor didn't feel abandoned. It felt waiting. Sarah set up the EVP recorder on a mantle covered in cobwebs, pressing the red button. The tape rolled, emitting its faint hiss. This is Blackwood Manor investigation, 9:43 p.m. Team lead, Alex Lynn. Sarah Chan on EVP, Marcus Reyes on camera. Inf base, EMF boss line 0.5. Her voice trembled slightly despite her effort to sound professional. The hiss of the tape was almost comforting, filling the silence that hung too perfectly still. They explored the first floor parlor, library, dining hall until Marcus called from across the room. "You'll want to see this." Behind a bookshelf that had been pushed halfway from the wall, a staircase descended into darkness. The air that wafted from below was colder, sharper, carrying the metallic scent of old stone and something else, almost like rust, almost like blood. They followed the stairs down. The basement was vast, carved directly into the rock. It wasn't part of the house's original design. Alex could see that immediately. The brickwork was wrong older, uneven, too deliberate to be decorative, and in the center of the room stood a rusted metal table surrounded by glass jars, each labeled with words that time had half erased. A crucifix lay shattered on the floor. The walls were lined with sigils, the same ones etched on the chain. Then the recorder hissed, not static a pulse. The sound grew, crackled, reshaped itself into something almost like a voice. "It's still hungry." Sarah's hand froze above the device. The voice was faint, distorted, but unmistakable human in shape, in rhythm, but not in soul. Marcus swallowed hard. "Was that?" "Playback," Alex ordered. Sarah rewound the tape. Hit play. The voice returned clearer this time, as if it had drawn closer to the microphone. "It's still hungry." Then silence. Not the natural kind, but total silence, where even their breathing felt muffled, as if the air itself had stopped vibrating. Alex's flashlight flickered. He turned slowly toward the far wall, where the sigils had begun to glow faintly under a thin film of moisture. The symbols pulsed once, then twice, like something on the other side was testing the barrier. He raised his camera and snapped a photo. The flash lit the room for a heartbeat. And in that single instant of light behind the symbols, through the wall, a black shape moved. Alex dropped the camera. It hit the floor with a sharp crack. The lights on the EMF meter spiked. "Back upstairs," he ordered. His voice was calm, but every muscle in his body screamed otherwise. Sarah grabbed the recorder, clutching it to her chest. "Alex, what was that?" "What did we just... whatever it is," he cut in. "It's what the priests sealed down here." They climbed the stairs, but the air changed as they moved heavier, thicker. Every sound seemed delayed, as if the house itself were swallowing their footsteps and returning them a moment later, fainter each time. When they reached the main hall, the door they'd broken open was gone. In its place, the chain lay on the floor, perfectly coiled, as though never disturbed. Marcus ran to it, grabbing at the handles, but the wood didn't budge. It was solid fused. "It's still hungry," Sarah whispered, echoing the voice from the tape. And in the silence that followed, something moved above them, a slow drag across the ceiling, like fingertips tracing the wood from room to room. The storm outside raged on, but in here, the world was too still, too aware. Alex turned to his team, his face pale but composed. "All right," he said softly. "We document everything. No panic, no noise. Whatever's down there, we woke it up. Now we find out what it wants." Outside, thunder rolled across the sky. Inside, the manor exhaled a long, low sigh. It sounded almost like laughter. And beneath it all, faintly from the recorder still running on the mantel, came a whisper so soft it might have been the rain itself. "Welcome back." The morning never truly came. When Alex woke, it was to a dim gray light bleeding through the cracks of the boarded windows. His body ached as if he'd slept beneath stones, and his mind fogged with fragments of memory. The voice on the recorder, the dragging on the ceiling, the door that had sealed itself again. He sat upright, listening. Nothing. No rain, no wind, not even the creak of the old floorboards. The world inside Blackwood Manor had lost its sound. Sarah was sitting by the hearth, hugging her knees. The recorder rested beside her like a pet that had died in the night. She looked up when Alex stirred. "It's gone," she whispered. "Everything. I checked the devices. No playback, no signal. It's like they never recorded anything." He rubbed his eyes. "That's impossible." She shook her head. Then explain this. She pressed play. The tape hissed, then fell into silence. No voice, not even static. It was pure void, a sound so total it felt like pressure behind the ears. Alex reached to stop it, but Sarah let it run, as if daring the emptiness to speak again. After a few moments, he couldn't stand it. Turn it off. The click of the stop button was unnaturally loud, like a door slamming in a cathedral. Marcus stumbled down from the upper floor, pale and trembling. "The second floor's worse," he said. Every clock stopped at 3:15 and he swallowed, eyes darting toward the stairwell. There's writing on the mirrors, like someone traced it in condensation. Alex stood. "What does it say?" Marcus hesitated. "It says, the seal is not the door." For a long time, no one spoke. Then Alex said quietly, "Get the gear. We're going back to the basement." The descent felt different this time. The light seemed to resist the darkness, thinning as they went lower, until the beam of Alex's flashlight became more shadow than illumination. The air thickened humid, clinging, metallic. It smelled faintly of ozone and old blood. At the foot of the stairs, the sigils on the walls had changed. They still glowed faintly, but the lines had begun to blur, dripping downward like wet ink. Sarah lifted her camera, snapping a picture. The flash reflected back in a way it shouldn't have, too bright, too flat. When the afterimage cleared from her eyes, she realized there was no reflection point in the room at all. The light had bounced off the air itself. Alex moved to the center of the floor, where the metal table stood. The jars that had lined the shelves the night before were gone. Only dust remained, and a faint outline of circles drawn in chalk. So faint they seemed to shimmer when he looked directly at them. "It's a containment pattern," he murmured. "But it's inverted. Whatever they trapped here, they didn't lock it inside the circle." He knelt and brushed the chalk lines with his gloved fingers. They locked themselves out of it. The words settled over the room like ash. Sarah turned uneasy. "You're saying the priests weren't sealing the creature, they were sealing themselves from it?" Alex didn't answer immediately. His hand hovered over a patch of disturbed dust. In its center, faint but unmistakable, was a handprint too small to be his, too sharp to belong to any living thing. The edges of it were etched into the concrete, as though pressed with heat. Then came the first sound they'd heard in hours. A single drop of water falling from the ceiling and striking the floor. Except when it hit, it didn't splash. It hissed. Marcus stepped back. "What the hell?" Before he could finish, the air in the room shifted, expanding, stretching, as if the walls themselves were breathing. The sigils on the stone flickered once, twice, then went dark. A vibration shuddered through the floor, soft at first, then rising to a steady pulse that crawled up their legs and into their chests. The recorder in Sarah's hand turned itself on. The reels spun. No one had touched it. The tape hissed then, slowly. A voice began to form, distant, low, drawn out like wind over broken glass. "Not the door." Alex froze. His mind snapped through the possibilities: frequency, contamination, feedback, an illusion of suggestion. But deep inside, he knew better. "The seal isn't the door," he whispered, finishing the phrase written on the mirrors. "It's the foundation." He turned to look at the floor. The chalk pattern pulsed once more, faintly. Then it cracked, not in the way stone should, but like skin drying and splitting open. From within the fissures seeped a thin black vapor that curled and trembled, carrying the smell of rot and iron. Marcus stumbled backward, dropping his camera. "Alex, we need to go." But Alex stood rooted, his eyes fixed on the rising vapor. Something about it pulled at him, not curiosity, not fascination, but recognition. He'd seen that kind of energy once before, years ago, during a failed cleansing ritual in Romania. A presence that could devour sound, consume light, feed on silence itself. "If we run," he said quietly, "it'll follow. We need to understand how the seal worked before." The rest of his sentence was swallowed. The air went suddenly still. Every sound died again. Sarah opened her mouth to speak, but no voice came out. Her lips moved in panic, eyes wide, but the silence was absolute. The only noise left was the faint turning of the tape reels. Then, through the recorder, a single word faint, like breath against the microphone. Closer. Alex turned to the door, gesturing wildly for the others to retreat. Marcus grabbed Sarah by the arm, dragging her toward the stairs. But when they reached the steps, the air turned dense, pressing down like water. Their movements slowed, their limbs heavy. The black vapor gathered in the center of the floor, twisting upward, forming the vague outline of a figure. Not solid, not even whole. More like the absence of form given shape. It was darker than shadow, and within its surface, faint glints like eyes flickered and disappeared. It didn't move toward them. It simply waited. Alex raised his camera slowly, his hands trembling. He took one picture. The flash went off, blinding white, and for the briefest instant, the shape was gone. When the light faded, so was Marcus. Sarah turned, mouth open in a scream that made no sound. Alex lunged forward, but the space where Marcus had stood was empty, as though he'd been erased, not taken. The only trace of him was his dropped flashlight, its beam cutting across the floor to illuminate a smear of something black, glistening, faintly quivering. The tape reel stopped spinning. Sound returned with a violent rush air hissing, Sarah gasping, Alex shouting his friend's name. The room groaned, a deep, grinding sound from below, as if the foundations themselves were shifting. Then, silence again, and from the darkness where Marcus had vanished came a soft whisper, calm, measured, heartbreakingly human. "It's hungry." Sarah backed toward the stairs, tears cutting pale streaks through the dust on her cheeks. "We have to leave," she breathed. Alex didn't move. His eyes were locked on the black stain. "If it's the foundation," he said slowly, "then it's not bound to the house. The house is built around it." He looked up at the ceiling, at the timbers creaking softly, the floorboards trembling. The priests didn't seal the creature in. They built the manor on top of it to contain it. "We've broken the surface layer." A sudden crack rang out above, wood splintering, nails shrieking from the strain. Dust fell from the beams. The whole house shuddered. Sarah screamed as a section of the ceiling collapsed near the stairs. The shockwave blew out the flashlight beam, plunging them into total darkness. Alex grabbed her hand. "Don't make a sound." Something moved through the black, not footsteps, but a shift of air, a ripple of presence. It brushed past them like cold breath. The recorder, still clutched in Sarah's other hand, began to hum. The hum rose in pitch, distorting into a chorus of overlapping voices, some male, some female, some so old they didn't sound human anymore. "We sealed it," the voices said. "We sealed it in ourselves." The hum cracked into static, and beneath it the entity's true voice, deep and layered, like multiple tones vibrating through the stone itself. "You opened what cannot close." Alex felt the vibration in his teeth, in his bones. The words weren't sound, they were pressure, twisting the air around them. He yanked Sarah toward the stairs. They stumbled up into the first floor, the silence following like a tide. Behind them, the basement door slammed shut. The entire manor seemed to exhale a deep, guttural moan that reverberated through the floorboards. They collapsed in the hallway, gasping. The walls trembled once more, then fell still. For a long moment, there was only the sound of rain again. Faint, tentative, returning like something cautious. Sarah pressed her palms to her ears, crying, "Where's Marcus? Alex, where?" Alex looked down at the recorder still clutched in her shaking hands. Its reels had stopped, but the red light blinked steadily. He reached over and pressed play. Marcus's voice filled the room, calm, steady, recorded as if he were standing right beside them. "Alex, it's not done." Then static. Then silence. The manor groaned softly, like something turning over in its sleep. And from deep below, where the foundation met the stone, came a slow, rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. The morning after the basement incident brought little relief. Rain still fell, but the world outside had changed, or perhaps it was only their perception. Blackwood Manor sat like a corpse in the mist, its windows dark, reflecting nothing back, absorbing light instead of reflecting it. Alex couldn't shake the sound of Marcus's voice on the recorder, calm and deliberate, repeating the same line. "It's not done." It looped in his mind, even as he moved through the first floor, checking the state of the equipment. The broken door remained as it had, the chain coiled neatly on the floor as if it had never been disturbed. Sarah followed him, silent now, the weight of her gaze enough to anchor him in the room. She'd pressed her palms to her ears for minutes at a time, trying to block the low vibrations she swore still pulsed through the house. The manor had become oppressive. Every step, every sound was magnified, distorted, refracted through the walls. A floorboard groaning became a distant echo of movement down the hall. A dripping faucet sounded like a drumbeat far beneath the surface. "Alex," Sarah said, her voice a whisper. "I can feel it. Below us. Like it's moving through the foundation itself." He nodded. He could feel it too. A pressure. Subtle at first, but insistent. Spreading through the soles of his boots into his spine. The basement wasn't simply a room. It was a lid. A thin membrane over something vast and patient. Marcus had vanished. Not taken in a physical sense, not eaten or dragged away. He had been absorbed, erased. The air still carried a faint residue of his presence, a warmth that wasn't there, a hum that lingered for hours after the tape ended. "If the foundation holds it," Alex murmured, "then it's never been confined to the house. The house itself is just a shell." Sarah swallowed hard. Then, everything we thought we were doing, every precaution, every ritual, was meaningless? He did not answer immediately. The walls creaked, responding as if listening. Dust motes danced in the beam of his flashlight. Something shifted beneath them, a subtle vibration, a low resonance, as though the stone itself had lungs. "We need to understand it," he said finally. "We need to see what we're dealing with before it's too late." The team's exploration led them to a corridor at the far end of the first floor, a hallway they had passed before but never entered. The air grew colder as they approached, carrying the metallic tang of iron and something deeper, older, almost imperceptibly sweet. On the walls, the plaster had cracked, revealing seams of blackened stone. Faint etchings crawled across the surface, almost like veins, leading down toward the basement. Alex crouched, running his fingers along them. "Look at this," he said. "It's a map, or a guide." Sarah peered closer. The lines shifted faintly under her eyes, like the stone itself was breathing. "A guide to what?" Alex swallowed. "To the foundation." He followed the veins, tracing them back toward the center of the manor. The vibrations grew stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat. He realized with a cold certainty, the manor wasn't built on the foundation of stone, but on the foundation of something alive. Something that had existed long before the Blackwood family had erected walls around it. The floorboards beneath them shifted. Sarah stumbled, catching herself against the wall. The faint etchings glimmered briefly, as if acknowledging her touch. "It knows we're here," she whispered. Alex nodded. "It's aware of everything, every step we take, every breath we draw. That's why Marcus..." He stopped, shivering. The thought was too heavy. A low hum began, almost imperceptible, emanating from beneath the floor. It grew steadily, vibrating through their bones, twisting the air around them. "It's testing us," Alex said, his voice tight, "pushing us, seeing how far we'll go." And then came the sound, a scrape, slow and deliberate, from the basement below. Not footsteps too deep, too resonant, not wind too patterned, too purposeful. Something moved through the stone itself. Sarah clutched the recorder, which had reactivated on its own. The reels spun slowly, hissing, and the tape spoke. "Closer, closer, closer." Alex froze. The tape echoed in the room, but the sound was already behind them, as if the entity had broken the rules of space itself. "It's not tied to time or distance," he said softly. "It's everywhere at once." They descended again, cautiously, into the basement. The black vapor had thickened since their first encounter, pooling near the fissures in the stone floor. The air smelled of decay and electricity. Alex stepped closer to the vapor, flashlight trembling in his hand. It twisted toward him, then recoiled, testing. He reached for the chalk lines, running his fingers along the faint, broken pattern. It reacts to human presence, he said. Not physical objects, not rituals, but belief, awareness. Sarah's camera beeped softly, capturing the vapor in infrared. The outline was massive, sprawling beneath the floor, tendrils curling outward into the walls. Its core pulsed like a heart, slow and steady, and each pulse sent tremors up Alex's spine. "We need a plan," Sarah said. "We can't just confront it. It's..." A low rumble cut her off. The foundation beneath them shuddered. Dust and debris fell from the ceiling. The black vapor surged upward, forming a vague humanoid shape, a silhouette with no face, no features, just darkness twisting in the faint light. "It's hungry," Alex whispered. The vapor lunged, not physically, but psychologically. Every thought they had, every memory, every fear, pressed against them like water in a collapsing chamber. Sarah tried to scream, but no sound came. Alex felt the pressure in his chest, as if his lungs were being squeezed by invisible hands. "We need to use the tape," he realized. "We can't fight it with force, only with resonance." He grabbed the recorder from Sarah. The reels began to spin again. He flipped the switch to play the old sacred chant they had recovered in the library. The sound was faint at first, drowned by the entity's pressure. But gradually, it cut through the blackness. The vapor recoiled, shuddering. Whispers rose from the stone itself, fragments of prayers, chants, voices of the priests who had sealed the foundation centuries ago. The pulse of the entity slowed, but it did not vanish. "It can't be destroyed," Alex realized aloud. "Only contained." The realization hit him like ice. The Blackwoods hadn't built the house to trap it. They had only delayed it, masked its presence beneath layers of stone, wood, and ritual. The entity had been patient, silent, waiting, and now the seal was weakened. Suddenly, the floor beneath Sarah cracked. A fissure opened, black and deep, reaching downward into a darkness that seemed infinite. A whisper escaped the void. "Closer." Alex lunged, grabbing her arm, pulling her back. The floorboard beneath his feet trembled, a heartbeat through the stone, and he realized that each step, each movement, fed the entity. "We have to leave." Sarah screamed silently, her lips moving without sound. "No," Alex said, voice trembling. "Not yet. We need to understand the hollow foundation. Otherwise, leaving will only make it stronger." The black vapor recoiled again at the sound of the chant, but it swirled around the room like smoke in a hurricane. Alex realized with dread that the basement itself was alive. Its structure, its walls, the floor, all feeding the entity. It was not contained by bricks or mortar. It was contained by belief, by the silence of those who had come before. And now that they had awakened it, it was testing them, measuring them, learning them. Time lost meaning. Minutes stretched into hours, and the pulsing of the foundation became a rhythm that dominated their thoughts. Marcus's absence became a shadow over them, a presence in itself. The recorder played fragments of his voice at intervals, disconnected and warped. "Alex, it's not done." The entity whispered to them in fragments, in echoes of themselves, in the sound of dripping water and shifting stone. Alex understood finally it would never stop. Not while the foundation stood, not while the house remained above it, not while curiosity and fear persisted in those who dared to enter. He shut his eyes, letting the chant wash over him, letting the pressure pulse through him without succumbing. Sarah's trembling hand found his. Together, they stood in the center of the basement, holding on to the ritual sound as the blackness stretched around them, sprawling into every corner, feeding on the empty air. "The hollow foundation," Alex whispered. "It's not just under the house. It's under the world we think we know." The basement shuddered once more. Dust fell. The black vapor rippled, and somewhere deep beneath, a pulse echoed, slow and steady, as if the entity were reminding them that it had waited a very long time, and it would wait longer still. And through it all, the recorder played a single, warped voice. Closer, closer, closer. The manor had become a living memory of the ceiling, a hollow foundation that waited, patient and eternal, beneath stone and wood, beneath the lives of anyone who dared disturb it. They were no longer ghost hunters. They were witnesses. And the foundation, hungry and silent, would not forget. The storm had intensified by the time they reached the parlor. Rain pelted the windows in jagged sheets, as though the sky itself sought to punish anyone who dared disturb Blackwood Manor. Wind rattled the boarded panes, creating a rhythmic clang that merged with the groan of the old timbers. Alex stood near the fireplace, chalk in hand, tracing sigils he had painstakingly copied from the basement, his fingers trembling despite the precision of his movements. Sarah hovered nearby, clutching the recorder and camera, both of which had begun to malfunction as the entity's presence grew stronger. Every device they owned emitted distorted static, the air itself twisting the frequencies. Marcus remained absent, the thought of him erased, swallowed, or perhaps trapped within the foundation hung over them like a shadow. "We have one chance," Alex said quietly. "We perform the ritual exactly as it was intended, but we do not speak. Not a word. The entity reacts to sound, any sound. Our voices, our thoughts expressed aloud. Even the hum of fear it uses them." Sarah swallowed hard. She'd already tried to scream once, panic overtaking reason, and the house had retaliated by rattling violently, dropping a section of plaster from the ceiling directly above her head. "I understand," she said, her voice trembling into silence as she sealed her lips. Alex nodded. He had written a series of complex glyphs and runes across the floor, connecting points in a latticework that spiraled outward toward the edges of the room. At the center, he placed a small iron bowl, filled with a mixture of ashes and salt, an adaptation of the ancient containment formulas they had recovered from the old manuscripts hidden in the library. The ritual required stillness. It required absence. It required absolute silence. "We begin," he whispered, though the words themselves felt dangerous, carrying weight as if the house could consume them. He knelt and touched the chalk sigils lightly with his fingertips. Sarah mirrored him across the room. The first note of the recorded chant began to play. It was slow, deliberate, and even in its distortion it carried resonance of vibration that hummed through the air, the walls, and the floor. Immediately the temperature dropped. Frost formed along the edges of the hearth, creeping outward, sparkling faintly in the dim light of their flashlights. The walls seemed to pulse, the seams between stones breathing as if the manor itself were alive. "It knows," Sarah thought, though the words existed only in her mind. "It senses the attempt." The black vapor had returned, curling around the ceiling beams, drifting like smoke made tangible. Alex focused, forcing his thoughts to remain calm, ignoring the subtle tug at his mind, whispers from the foundation itself, distorted fragments of voices, calling them by name, coaxing them to speak. "Do not respond," he reminded himself silently. The vapor shifted downward. Tendrils reached toward the floor, probing the latticework of chalk lines, but they recoiled at the chant's vibration. The entity had learned it was cautious, but it hungered. The longer they persisted, the closer it approached the boundaries of the ritual. Sarah's hands shook as she held the recorder. She could see the vapor's tendrils reaching toward the device, like fingers made of darkness. She wanted to scream, to throw it away, but Alex's gaze pinned her in place. It cannot be forced into containment, he thought. It can only be persuaded, or tricked, or distracted long enough. The floor beneath him quaked. Dust and plaster rained down. The chant on the recorder warped into overlapping layers, a dense thicket of sound that seemed alive, interacting with the entity in a dialogue of vibration. The black vapor recoiled violently, then surged, faster now, more frantic. Its tendrils stretched toward the edges of the room, brushing against walls, furniture, and even their legs. but the chalk lines held temporarily. Alex adjusted the bowl in the center, adding a pinch of salt. A faint glow emerged from the ashes, weak at first, then growing steadily. The entity hissed, a sound beyond human comprehension, echoing through every surface, vibrating through their bones. Sarah's pulse raced. She felt as if the building itself were a living mouth, opening and closing around them, testing their fortitude. Marcus's absence pressed on her like a phantom limb. She could almost hear him pleading, trapped within the foundation, unable to reach them. The entity shifted suddenly, coalescing into a massive form that hovered above the floor. For the first time, it revealed what it had learned from their presence, a distorted human shape, faceless, its edges wreathed in black smoke, tendrils stretching into the ceiling, walls and floor. It pulsed with hunger, awareness, and intelligence. Alex's hand shook over the chalk lines, pressing firmly to maintain the pattern. He could feel the vibration through his fingertips, a living pulse of malevolent energy. The entity's pressure intensified, as though the house itself were attempting to crush them. Time became meaningless. Minutes stretched into hours. Every breath they took felt like an intrusion, every heartbeat a signal to the entity that they were still alive. Then, the first breach. A section of chalked floor lifted slightly, a crack forming under the weight of the entity's tendril. Alex adjusted the sigil, pressing his fingers into the fissure, sending energy through the lattice. The chant distorted further, looping in feedback as if the entity attempted to rewrite its form through the sound. And for a brief moment, Alex glimpsed Marcus's face, fleeting in the swirling vapor pale, eyes wide with terror. "Do not look," he reminded Sarah silently. The entity's attention snapped to Alex, tendrils whipping, filling the room with an almost tangible pressure. The vibration became a scream felt, not heard. It was the sound of the foundation itself, crying, groaning, bending under its own weight. Alex focused, drawing the rhythm of the chant through the sigils, guiding the energy outward, weaving it into a pattern designed to hold the entity at bay. Sarah mirrored his movements, hands tracing the latticework as precisely as she could, allowing the recorder's sound to amplify the resonance. "We must bind it to its own emptiness," Alex thought. "Force it into silence." And the black vapor surged again, larger, hungrier, stretching toward the ceiling, walls, and floors. Tendrils lashed at the edges of the chalk, seeking to disrupt the ritual, but the vibration of the chant held it, pushing it back, fragmenting it into writhing shadows that recoiled into the floor. Then came the final test. The foundation trembled violently, dust falling from every beam, plaster cracking in long, screaming lines. The entity released a pulse, a shockwave that tore through the room, knocking Alex and Sarah to their knees. They held on, ignoring the pain, pressing into the chalk, letting the chant guide them. The vapor twisted, shivering, then began to collapse inward, drawn toward the bowl in the center of the lattice. The ashes glowed brighter, burning with a cold blue light that illuminated the blackness with unnatural clarity. The tendrils writhed one final time, then recoiled completely, plunging into the floor as if swallowed. The room fell silent, absolute silence. Alex and Sarah remained, kneeling, chests heaving, minds numb. The recorder stopped automatically, the reels still spinning, but no sound emerged. The black vapor had vanished. The foundation was quiet, but the pressure remained a subtle hum beneath the floorboards, like the echo of something massive lying in wait. They did not speak. They could not. Words were forbidden here, for any sound might awaken what had been contained. Finally, Alex lifted his head, staring at the bowl. The ashes were cold, lifeless, the sigils etched into the floor faint but unbroken. "It's done," he thought, "for now." But even as he breathed the words silently, a pulse beneath the floor reminded him that the foundation was hollow, endless, patient, and beneath that hollow, the entity waited. Sarah's eyes met his, wide with terror and awe. She understood without words that the manor was not defeated, merely delayed, that Marcus might never return, that the entity had been forced into silence. but only because they had played the game it demanded. And somewhere, deep within the black stone beneath their feet, the faintest whisper echoed, almost imperceptible. Closer, closer, closer. The room remained silent. The storm outside had passed, leaving only a gray, muted morning. They were alive, but the manor had left its mark. The hollow foundation had tasted their presence, and it would remember. And somewhere, beneath the stone and wood, the entity waited for the next sound. Years had passed since Alex and Sarah had fled Blackwood Manor. The memories of that night lingered like shadows pressed against the back of their minds, their lives permanently marked by the hollow foundation and the entity they had forced into reluctant silence. The manor remained in New England, its windows dark and empty, a relic of another age. Local legend had grown around it, whispers of strange lights, unearthly sounds, and children who dared not play near its overgrown grounds. Yet for the world outside, it was nothing more than an abandoned estate, a curiosity for thrill-seekers and amateur historians. It was a gray October morning when Thomas Blackwood, the last heir of the family line, arrived at the manor. The legal paperwork had passed the property to him, a curious twist of fate. A young man born decades after the sealing, unaware of the horrors embedded in the very foundation beneath his feet, he approached the iron gates cautiously, noting the rust that had spread like veins across the metal. The manor rose before him, tall and silent, as though watching, waiting. Leaves swirled in eddies around his boots. He could feel the weight of the place, heavy in the air, and he paused, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. "It's just an old house," he whispered to himself. Nothing more. The front door groaned as he pushed it open, dust motes dancing in the beam of his flashlight. Silence welcomed him, thick and patient. The smell was faint, a mixture of damp wood, mildew, and something else, older and metallic, barely perceptible. He walked through the grand hallway, noting the broken furniture, the faded wallpaper, and the vast fireplace, its hearth long cold. Yet there was something in the air that made him pause. A subtle vibration, faint and rhythmic, resonated through the floorboards. He ignored it at first, attributing it to old foundations settling. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger with every step. "I must be imagining it," he said, but the words felt hollow even to himself. In the library, Thomas found a set of old records, family ledgers, journals, and tattered manuscripts detailing the Blackwood lineage. One journal, in particular, caught his eye. The leather cover was worn and the pages yellowed with age, but the handwriting was precise, methodical, almost obsessive. It belonged to Jonathan Blackwood, the patriarch who had orchestrated the original sealing. Thomas read, fascinated at first, then with growing unease. The journal described the foundation, the ritual, and the creature beneath an entity, older than the house, older than the family itself. It feeds on sound. It manipulates reality. It waits, the entry read. The house is but a shell. The foundation is hollow. Silence is its prison, and its hunger is eternal. Thomas shivered. The floor beneath him thrummed faintly, imperceptible at first, then more insistent, like the slow pulse of a heartbeat. He glanced at the walls. They seemed darker than they should have been, absorbing light. "I must be careful," he muttered. "I need to document this." He explored further, descending toward the basement. The stairs groaned, warped by time and decay. As he reached the bottom, he noticed something he hadn't expected. Chalk lines, faint but still visible, etched into the floor. The latticework had faded, but it was unmistakable, the remnants of the ritual performed years ago by Alex and Sarah. "Someone was here before me," he murmured, unease creeping into his chest. The black vapor, dormant for decades, stirred faintly in the corners. Tendrils of shadow seemed to stretch and retract, testing the air, tasting it. The chill in the room deepened, sinking into his bones. He found an iron bowl in the center, coated with dust, but intact. Something inside it shimmered faintly, as though aware of his presence. Thomas reached down, touching the ashes. The moment his fingers brushed the surface, the foundation trembled, sending a subtle shock through his hand and up his arm. A whisper echoed in the darkness, not audible, but felt deep inside his mind. Closer, closer, closer. He recoiled, stumbling back. The shadow in the corners of the room thickened, curling like smoke, stretching tendrils toward him. For a moment, he thought he saw a face in the darkness, pale, hollow-eyed, watching, patient. He forced himself to breathe, shaking his head. "It's just my imagination," he whispered to the empty room. But the vibration beneath his feet persisted, rhythmic, deliberate, like the heartbeat of the hollow foundation itself. Over the following days, Thomas settled into the manor. He documented everything meticulously, recording his observations, photographs, and measurements. But the more he explored, the more he noticed strange phenomena. Doors that had been closed opened silently, only to close moments later. Mirrors reflected shadows that didn't match reality. At night, he would hear faint whispering through the walls, the same cadence as the pulse beneath the stone. Sleep became impossible. He would awaken to the sound of floorboards creaking, yet no one had walked there. The recorder he kept on his desk would turn on by itself, playing fragments of chanting, distorted voices, and faint laughter. And always, beneath it all, the low vibration, the reminder of something ancient, patient, and hungry. It remembers, he realized, his voice trembling. It remembers everything. One night, while inspecting the basement, Thomas found a notebook tucked beneath a loose floorboard. The handwriting was familiar Alex's. The pages detailed the ritual of silence, the containment of the entity, and the consequences of failure. The last entry was a warning. The entity cannot be destroyed. It is bound only by silence and attention. Any disturbance awakens it, and it will feed on whoever breaches the ritual. It waits, patient, and the foundation is hollow. Beware the inheritance. Thomas's heart pounded. The inheritance, not the house, not the family name. The foundation itself. The black vapor stirred again, coiling upward, more deliberate, aware of his reading. The walls seemed to lean inward, enclosing him. He felt the pressure in his chest. The invisible hands pressing down, demanding acknowledgement. I didn't disturb anything," he whispered, though no sound escaped. Yet the entity knew. It always knew. Over the following weeks, Thomas became a prisoner of awareness. Every action, every thought, every breath seemed monitored. The recorder played fragmented voices of Alex, Sarah, and Marcus looping over and over, interspersed with faint whispers of the Blackwood ancestors. Food lost its taste. Time lost its meaning. He wandered the manor, documenting phenomena while feeling the pulse beneath him, guiding him, teaching him the rhythm of the hollow foundation. "It's teaching me," he realized. "Or punishing me. Or both." He tried to leave, but the roads outside seemed impossibly distant. Snow fell early, isolating the manor. A strange fog enveloped the property, muffling all sound, cutting off communication with the outside world. Even radios and phones became useless. He was alone with the entity. One night, Thomas descended into the basement once more. The black vapor had thickened, pooling near the iron bowl. He felt it watching him, the pressure on his chest unbearable. The pulse beneath the floor matched his own heartbeat. He knelt before the bowl, recalling Alex's instructions from the notebook. The ritual required precise movements, total silence, and unwavering focus. He traced the faded chalk lines as best he could, feeling the resonance of the latticework awaken beneath his fingers. "I am aware," he thought. "I acknowledge you. I honor the silence." The entity writhed, tendrils stretching outward, pressing against him in ways that defied physical laws. And yet, it recoiled from the ritual, constrained, trapped in the lattice of chalk and ashes. For hours, Thomas remained kneeling, eyes closed, hands tracing the symbols, mind focused solely on containment. When he finally rose, Exhaustion threatened to consume him. The black vapor had withdrawn, settling back into the corners of the basement, patient and unbroken. He exhaled a silent breath, knowing this was only temporary. The foundation was hollow. The entity waited, and now, so did he. Years later, the house remained silent and waiting. Locals avoided the gates. Travelers reported strange lights and sounds, and somewhere beneath the stone and wood, the entity slumbered a slow, eternal hunger, contained only by ritual and attention, feeding on curiosity and fear alike. Thomas Blackwood remained inside, the last inheritor, the witness to what could never be destroyed. He recorded everything, observed everything, yet he never spoke aloud. Words were dangerous. Sounds were dangerous. The recorder sat on his desk, reels turning slowly, looping a single phrase over and over in distorted tones. Closer, closer, closer. The manor's hollow foundation waited. Patient, eternal, hungry, and somewhere, deep in the blackness beneath, the entity remembered every sound, every footstep, every trespasser, and it would wait for the next. The inheritance was not the house. It was the silence, and silence was eternal. The well witch. The sun had fallen low over the Kansas plains, but the heat lingered stubbornly, clinging to the cracked soil, baking it into jagged patterns like fractured glass. Jedediah moved slowly across the abandoned family farm, the weight of decades pressing on his hunched shoulders, the leather of his boots creaking against the hardened earth. Every step seemed to raise a small plume of dust, the air thick with the scent of drought, the faint tang of sun-baked clay. Somewhere nearby, a chorus of grasshoppers sang in endless monotony, a rattle that grated against the silence, as if the world itself were mocking the barren expanse. He came to the old well, its stones blackened and weathered by centuries of sun, storm, and paused. He could feel the weight of history in the structure, the kind of history that pressed into bones and seeped into thoughts. Local lore, murmured from mouth to mouth in the nearby town, spoke of a woman, a witch. They had called her thrown into this well generations ago, her life extinguished with the earth thrown in after her. The story was enough to chill a man even in the heat of a dying day. And Jedediah, though skeptical, could not shake the sensation of eyes from the darkness within the stones. "It is dry," he murmured to himself, placing his hand on the rim of the well. The air that came up from it was hotter than the outside world, stagnant, carrying the faintest hint of wet earth, though no moisture remained. He frowned and drew back, but the moment he did, he thought he heard it a whisper, faint and indistinct, almost drowned in the hiss of the wind. "Help me, please." Jedediah stiffened, heart pounding in his chest, though he could not be certain if the sound came from within the well or from his own imagination. Warped by solitude and the oppressive heat, he reached for the rope coiled nearby, examining the frayed strands, imagining the task ahead, to reach whatever water still lingered, to pull it up and drink, or at least bring life back to the parched soil around him. He laughed quietly at his own desperation. Water. So simple, yet so impossible here. As he began lowering the bucket into the dry shaft, the stone walls seemed to pulse in tandem with his heartbeat. The rope scraped against the edge of the well, producing a sharp, hollow sound that resonated downward, bouncing off unseen surfaces. The sound was met not by silence, but by a response, a wet, dragging noise, faint at first, then unmistakable. A voice, sorrowful and dry, reached upward. "Help me." Jedediah froze, his fingers gripping the rope as if it could anchor him to the world outside. The voice was high, thin, and tremulous, carrying the weight of centuries. It was not demanding or angry, merely desperate, like a dying thing hoping for kindness from a stranger. He shook his head, telling himself that the drought had driven him mad, that it was the long solitude, the sun beating down, the earth cracking beneath his feet. Yet as he began digging near the well, trying to loosen some of the compacted soil to stabilize the structure, the sounds became clearer, closer. Every scoop of his shovel revealed not only the hard clay beneath, but a chorus of faint rumbles, wet and human-like, rising from the depth of the well. The voice was persistent now, no longer a mere whisper, repeating itself in a pattern that gnawed at his sanity. "Help me, help me." Night fell suddenly, as it always did in the plains, the darkness thickening around the horizon like a living thing, swallowing the remains of sun and heat. Jedediah paused, leaning on his shovel, and considered turning back, sleeping outside, waiting for relief from the cold night. But the voice would not allow it. The wailing seeped into the soil, into the air, into his bones, an insistent tug that drew him ever closer to the well's edge. He dreamed that night, though he could not say whether sleep truly claimed him or whether the visions were an extension of the well's influence. In his dream, a figure emerged from the darkness. A woman, her hair dark as midnight, her skin pale and stretched tight over her bones, eyes glinting with the sorrow of countless years. She crawled from the well, dragging herself upward on emaciated hands, wet earth clinging to her limbs. She looked at him with a pleading expression, and though he knew instinctively that she was dangerous, that she carried the weight of death itself, he could not resist reaching toward her. Awakening with a start, sweat and dust clinging to his skin, Jedediah found the night silent, except for the chirping of crickets and the occasional rustle of dry leaves. Yet when he looked toward the well, he could feel her presence there still, waiting, patient. The next day, he returned to his labor with renewed urgency. Each spade of dirt brought the voice closer, now so vivid that it seemed to echo in his skull. "Pull me, help me, please." It was a plea, yes, but it carried a subtle coercion, an insistence that the well demanded, that the earth itself demanded. Every scoop of soil revealed not only the hardness of clay but hints of something else faint, scratches, lines in the dirt that might have been roots or fingers or marks left by something far older than the land. He felt the weight of history pressing downward as he dug, the oppressive sense that each movement of his hands, each breath he drew, was recorded, observed, noted. And then came the moment that changed everything. As he shoveled, his spade struck against something hard, not stone, not wood, but metal cold, ancient, and smooth. He knelt to investigate, clearing the surrounding soil, and found a coin, tarnished and blackened with age. The surface was etched with a design that made him recoil, a face staring up, eyes hollow, mouth open in an eternal scream. The coin seemed to hum faintly in his palm, sending a chill up his arm. What is this?" he whispered, though no sound came. The coin was not merely an object, it was a token of the well itself, a fragment of the curse, a piece of her lingering presence. Night fell again, and Jedediah dreamt once more. This time, she was closer. Her skeletal hands reached out, brushing his arms, his chest, though no warmth emanated from her touch. The dreams became more vivid, more insistent, until he could not distinguish sleep from waking. When he woke, he found traces of wet mud on his hands and clothes, though the well remained dry. The following day, he resolved to seal the well, to prevent whatever curse lay beneath from escaping further into the world. He brought heavy stones, dirt, and clay, working laboriously under the relentless Sunday. Each stone he lowered into the shaft seemed heavier than it should have been, as if the well itself resisted, pressing upward, demanding attention. And then it happened. As he pushed a particularly large stone over the edge, a hand thin, pale, with fingers like brittle twigs shot out from the darkness below, grasping his wrist with a grip cold and unyielding. Jedediah froze, terror paralyzing him. The hand did not pull him down, it did not strike or punish. Instead, it opened, and within its palm lay a coin, old, tarnished, and warm as if alive. The hand released it into his own, vanishing back into the well's depths. The sound of metal hitting his palm echoed in the silent air, a soft but chilling chime. He stumbled back, heart hammering, and for a long moment the well remained motionless, silent, as if it had finished its transaction. He buried the remaining stones with shaking hands, filling the shaft completely, until it was indistinguishable from the surrounding earth. The next morning, rain fell for the first time in months. Drops splashed against the parched ground, hissing and soaking into the dry clay. Jedediah felt relief. The drought lifted, the land breathing once more. But when he looked at his hand, at the coin now melting faintly into his palm, he saw the beginnings of a wound, small, deep, circular, like the shadow of the well etched upon his skin. Pain lanced through him with each drop of rain, a constant reminder that the curse had transferred itself, that the well's demand had not ended, that he carried its debt within his very flesh. And though the world around him rejoiced in the rain, he understood fully that he would never be free. The coin would dissolve, but the wound would remain. Every storm, every drop, every patter against his skin would carry her plea, her claim, her inescapable presence. The well had chosen its champion, and Jedediah knew he would live, suffer, and remember forever. The land around him drank the rain greedily, but within his hand the coin glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the ache in his palm. Closer, closer, closer. The curse endured. The witch waited, and the well would never be empty again. The day after the rain ended, Jedediah awoke to a sky streaked with pale orange and gray, the land soaked but still brittle from months of drought. The wet soil smelled of earth and decay, a scent that should have brought relief, yet he could not breathe freely, nor could he shake the constant, gnawing awareness of the coin in his hand. It no longer rested there, having melted into the hollow of his palm, yet the wound remained a small, dark crater throbbing faintly, a reminder that the well's debt had become part of him. Every pulse of blood brought with it the memory of the dry shaft, the skeletal hand, and the whispered voice that had promised eternity. Jedediah moved cautiously across the farm, the sun climbing higher, casting long shadows of dead fences and broken windmills. Though the rain had softened the ground, the air was thick with humidity and the residual heat of the past weeks. He had attempted to return to the routines of the farm, checking irrigation channels and repairing broken fences. Yet each task was accompanied by a whisper in the back of his mind, a tremor that suggested the witch's presence. It was subtle at first, the rustle of corn stalks that sounded like skeletal fingers, the creak of a loose board that resembled the cracking of bone, the way shadows stretched too long in the corners of his vision. "I did what I could," he muttered, though his voice was faint, swallowed by the wind. "I sealed it. The well is closed." But he already knew the truth. The well's debt was not confined to the earth. It had found its way into him, rooting itself in his blood and bones. That night, as darkness fell and the prairie winds whispered through the empty fields, the pain began. It started as a subtle sting in the hollow of his palm, spreading slowly along his wrist, crawling up his arm as though the wound were a living thing searching for sustenance. He pressed his hand against the rough wood of his table, trying to focus on the mundane tasks of feeding animals that no longer existed, tending to fences that had rotted beyond repair, and yet the pain persisted, relentless. And the whisper followed. Closer, closer, closer. Sleep, when it came, was no sanctuary. In dreams, the witch rose from the earth like a dark, wet bloom, crawling toward him from the depths of the drained well. Her hair was tangled and soaked with mud, her eyes black pits, hollow and accusing. She did not speak in words, yet Jedediah understood perfectly. She demanded repayment. She demanded recognition. She demanded that her presence be acknowledged and honored. The visions were vivid and tactile. He felt her fingers on his skin, cold and sinewy, brushing across the wound in his palm, drawing out the ache and threading it into his very marrow. Morning brought no relief. Sunlight seemed weaker now, filtered through a gauze of heat and dust. Jedediah attempted to work, but his movements were clumsy, the weight of the curse pressing on him in ways he could neither anticipate nor escape. Every task was accompanied by the sound of the witch's whispers, faint but unmistakable, embedded in the creak of wood, the groan of the windmill, the rustle of the prairie grass. The land responded to him strangely. The rain from the previous day had not penetrated the deepest layers of soil near the old well. Though other fields thrived, his patch remained stubbornly dry, cracked, and lifeless. Every attempt to cultivate or irrigate the soil seemed to awaken the witch further, Shadows in the corners of his vision stretched longer, dark pools that moved when he was not looking directly at them. The wind carried sounds that were not there. Soft sobbing, dragging noises through the grass, the scraping of fingernails against stone. By the third night, Jedediah understood with certainty that the curse was rising. It was not confined to his body or the well's remains. It had begun to extend outward, tethering itself to the farm, the air, the soil, and even the water. Each droplet from the rain felt like an accusation, each gust of wind a warning. The wound in his hand throbbed incessantly, a permanent ache that pulsed with every heartbeat, sending sharp, electric jolts along his arm. He attempted to pray, though he had not done so in decades. His voice was weak, swallowed by the open plains. Words felt useless here. Sound itself had become dangerous. The witch did not require speech. She required acknowledgement, obedience, recognition. By midweek, he noticed subtle changes. Water in his canteen shifted unnaturally, rippling when no wind stirred it, catching the dim light of the lantern with flashes of deep black like oil on water. At night, the shadows moved independently of him, pooling beneath the wooden beams, dripping across the floorboards with a slow, deliberate rhythm, forming shapes that resembled hands, claws, or faces. It became clear that the coin had not merely marked him, it had bonded him to the well. The curse was recursive, feeding on his fear, his awareness, and his attempts to resist. Every step toward freedom, every thought of ignoring it, only strengthened her hold. And yet he could not abandon the farm entirely. It was his inheritance, his obligation, and his prison all at once. "What do you want from me?" he asked the night sky, though the wind did not answer. The next day, in the heat of noon, he returned to the old well. The stones were faintly damp, slick with condensation, though the shaft itself remained dry. He dropped a stick into the opening, expecting silence, yet the sound of it hitting the bottom echoed unnaturally, a wet, hollow thunk that resonated deep in his chest. And from that darkness came a voice so low, so intimate, that it seemed to crawl into his mind rather than the ears. "Do you remember me? Do you remember what you promised?" Jedediah staggered back, feeling the world tilt around him. The voice was his own, distorted, twisted, speaking truths he had not yet dared acknowledge. The witch had merged with the well, with the land, with him. Her demand was no longer simply for recognition. It was for communion, for compliance. That night, he dreamed again. She rose fully from the earth, dripping wet with mud and decay, her eyes black, her mouth twisted in a grin that was neither cruel nor kind. She circled him endlessly, crawling and flowing like a river of shadows, whispering promises of relief if he obeyed, of pain if he resisted. His wound throbbed in time with her pulse, sharp, insistent, unyielding. When he awoke, the farm had changed. Crops near the well were blackened and shriveled despite the rain. The soil around him had begun to crack again. Even the animals he thought long dead seemed to be absent, leaving only silence, punctuated by the occasional scrape or drip, as though the earth itself were alive and aware. Jedediah realized with growing horror that the curse was now autonomous. It moved in response to his presence, his thoughts, and his actions. The coin had been a conduit, the wound a tether, and the well the source. Each day of resistance only fed the curse, teaching it, training it to manipulate him. "It's rising," he thought, heart pounding. "It's learning." By the end of the week, he could not touch water without feeling her gaze, could not hear rain without agony, could not move without a whisper pressing against his consciousness. The well had become a living memory, a conduit of punishment, and he the unwilling vessel. Sleep became impossible. Dreams merged with waking hours. Visions of her skeletal hands and hollow eyes intruded into every moment. On the seventh night, the crescendo of the curse reached him fully. The well seemed to groan, the stones shifting as though alive. Shadows pooled beneath the beams and walls of the farmhouse, forming shapes that twisted and writhed. He fell to his knees before the dry earth, clutching the wound in his hand, and understood at last that there was no escape. The well's debt had become his life. Its thirst was infinite, its punishment eternal, and its gaze never left him. Closer, closer, closer. The whisper echoed in his mind, entwined with the pain, the visions, and the memory of the coin. He could feel her waiting, patient, rising from the depths, relentless. Every thought of freedom, every attempt at denial, only fed her hunger. Jedediah was now more than man. He was the conduit, the recipient of the rising curse, the bearer of her will. Rain fell again, lightly, outside the window, and each drop brought sharp pain through the wound in his hand. He rose unsteadily, moving toward the well, compelled not by duty but by inevitability. He could not ignore her. He could not refuse. The curse had awakened fully, and Jedediah understood, with a clarity that terrified him, that this was only the beginning. He whispered to himself, though he knew no words would reach her, "I will endure. I will bear it. I will remember." The witch, rising, waited, and the well's debt began to consume him, fully, inexorably, as the land around him seemed to pulse with anticipation. The heat of Kansas lingered long after the sun had disappeared behind the horizon, leaving the farm steeped in a brittle, suffocating darkness. Jedediah sat on the creaking porch of his family farmhouse, staring at the well that had become the center of his life, the locus of his punishment, and the origin of the relentless ache in his hand. The wound had grown deeper over the past days, spreading faint black tendrils along his wrist, like veins of decay. Each heartbeat sent a sharp pulse through it, a reminder that the witch had not been placated, that the debt had not been repaid. The wind rustled through the corn, carrying with it a subtle vibration, a whisper threading between the leaves. He could feel her presence, not merely in the air or the soil, but inside him, a shadow crawling along his spine, filling his chest with a cold pressure. The whisper was now distinct, insistent. Closer, closer, closer. The repetition was unbearable. It had woven itself into his thoughts, a mantra he could neither forget nor resist. His dreams, if they could still be called dreams, were no longer confined to night. They invaded every waking moment. The witch emerged from the darkness around him, in the wind through the cracked window panes, in the shifting shadows across the floorboards, in the faint glint of light on the tarnished metal he had once known as a coin. Jedediah moved through the farmhouse mechanically, tending to what little he could in the way of chores, yet every step brought him closer to the well, closer to her grasp, and he could feel the soil beneath him subtly shifting, vibrating with a life of its own. The ground was no longer inert. It was an extension of her will, reaching upward, seeking him, entwining him in its hunger. That night, he dreamt again. But the dream was more vivid than ever. The witch rose from the dry well like a living shadow, waterless but soaked with centuries of mud and decay, her black hair trailing across the earth like a river of darkness. She reached out, her fingers long, brittle, and dripping with the residue of the soil she had called home for so long. She spoke not in words, but in pressure, in a sensation that pressed into his chest and temples, insistent and heavy. "You cannot escape. You belong to me. You carry my debt, my hunger, my presence. Do not resist." He woke with a start, sweat coating his body, the wound in his hand throbbing violently. The pain had become unbearable, a living thing, wrapping itself around his bones, burrowing into the marrow of his arm. He pressed a trembling hand to it, feeling the faint warmth of blood beneath the skin and a cold chill that seemed to seep from the earth below. The well, though silent now, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the ache, a heartbeat of hunger emanating from the depths. The following days were a blur of labor, observation, and terror. Jedediah attempted to document the phenomena, noting subtle shifts in the environment. Water puddles that reflected not his own face but her skeletal visage, shadows that moved independently of the sun, and whispers that threaded themselves through the wind, creeping along the walls of the farmhouse like ivy. Even the crops, sparse and stubborn from the prolonged drought, seemed to warp, twisting toward the well, as though drawn by the same unseen force. One afternoon, he approached the well with trepidation, a shovel in hand. The soil around the edge had cracked, and the stones seemed warmer than they should have been, as if the earth itself had absorbed the sun's heat and distilled it into a pulse of life. Jedediah knelt, placing the shovel against the rim, and felt a jolt surge through his body. The well had awakened, and the witch's presence coiled around him like a living serpent. Closer, closer, closer. The voice was no longer a whisper. It was a command, a demand that resonated through his skull and chest. His eyes widened as the shadow of her form began to seep from the well, not fully manifest but tangible, a dark wraith that shifted with each pulse of his fear. The temperature around him dropped abruptly, his breath forming in misty clouds despite the lingering heat of the day. He stumbled back, heart hammering, yet he could not leave. The curse was tethered to him now, the bond irreversible. Each hesitation, each step away, seemed to feed her, draw her closer, tighten the grip she had established within him. The well was no longer just a place of punishment. It had become a conduit, a living extension of her will. At night, the grasp of the witch intensified. She entered his dreams fully now, crawling over him, whispering through the marrow of his bones, brushing against the wound in his palm that never healed. She circled him, patient, insistent, her form a blur of darkness and mud, of hair trailing across the floor like tendrils. Every time he tried to resist, she pressed closer, forcing him to acknowledge her, to succumb to the debt he could not repay. "I will endure," he muttered, his voice trembling. "I will bear it." But endurance was no longer enough. Each moment of recognition, each acknowledgement of her presence, strengthened the bond. The wound throbbed violently, and the shadows inside the farmhouse grew longer, denser, as if infused with her essence. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with anticipation, groaning faintly with every exhale of wind. The sound was not natural, a deep vibration that resonated through the floorboards, into his feet, up his spine, and into the aching wound in his palm. One evening, driven by a mixture of dread and compulsion, Jedediah descended into the basement, where the roots of the curse seemed strongest. The darkness there was thicker, almost viscous, pressing against his skin and breathing with a rhythm that mirrored his own heartbeat. He knelt before the old bucket and iron ring of the well, now invisible beneath layers of soil, and reached into the hollow, feeling the damp chill of the earth. The touch was immediate, a grip cold as death, fingers curling around his own, pulling, guiding, claiming. He gasped, the sound swallowed instantly by the darkness. Her presence was everywhere, pressing against him, testing him, teaching him, punishing him. She did not speak, yet every nerve in his body understood her command: obey, or suffer infinitely. The ache in his palm flared, pain lancing up his arm in waves, and he collapsed onto the floorboards, trembling, the wooden planks groaning beneath the weight of the curse. The days that followed were a struggle against inevitability. Jedediah found himself trapped between fear and duty, between denial and recognition. He could no longer perform even the simplest tasks without sensing her influence, her fingers brushing the edges of his consciousness, whispering into his thoughts, weaving a rhythm of control into his waking life. Food tasted like ash, water burned in his throat, and every sound, from the creak of the door to the rustle of the wind in the dry corn, carried her echo. He realized then that the well had not merely imprisoned the witch. It had merged her essence with the land, with him, and with time itself. The curse was no longer linear. It was recursive, feeding on every breath, every heartbeat, every acknowledgement of its existence. She did not need to speak. She did not need to appear. Her presence was everywhere, infiltrating, shaping, teaching. Closer, closer, closer. The refrain had become a cadence in his mind, a drumbeat he could not escape, a call that drew him toward the well, again and again. Each visit left him weaker, more exhausted, but also more aware of the inexorable truth. He was hers, the conduit of her will, and the curse had reached full maturity. By the end of the week, the farm had become a stage for her dominion. Shadows moved with intention, soil shifted in anticipation, and the night air carried the faint smell of wet earth and decay. Jedediah understood with absolute clarity that the witch's grasp had reached into every corner of his life, every fiber of his being. There was no escaping her, no ignoring her. She had claimed him, and the curse would not relent. And as he knelt once more by the old, dry well, the whisper reached him in a way that made his blood run cold. Closer, closer, closer. And now, you belong to me. The ground beneath him vibrated in response, and for the first time, Jedediah felt the true weight of the witch's power. The curse was alive, insatiable, and patient. It waited, growing stronger with each acknowledgement, each heartbeat, each drop of water that touched the earth. The witch's grasp was complete, and he was trapped within it, a vessel for the dead, a bearer of her eternal hunger, bound forever to the well that had claimed him. The sun hung low in the sky, a weak, amber disk that barely pierced the haze of heat and dust, casting the farm in long, trembling shadows that seemed to shiver under the weight of something unseen. Jedediah moved slowly through the parched soil, his steps hesitant yet inexorably drawn toward the well, which had become both prison and epicenter of his torment. The wound in his hand pulsed with every heartbeat, throbbing with a rhythm he could neither control nor escape. The ache had deepened over the past days, blackened veins snaking along his arm, and he could feel the witch's presence coiling through his very bones, testing his resolve, demanding recognition. Closer, closer, closer. The refrain had become a cadence that dominated his thoughts, a drumbeat that heralded her approach, a summons he could not resist. He shivered under the oppressive stillness of the land. Even the wind seemed reluctant to move across the cracked earth. Shadows pooled unnaturally beneath the few remaining structures of the farm, dark and viscous, moving subtly toward the well, as though drawn by the same invisible tether that now bound him. That evening, he approached the well with a mixture of fear and determination. Stones and clay had already been stacked haphazardly over the shaft in previous attempts to seal it, yet the witch's influence persisted, a living pulse emanating from the depths. The air around him was heavy, dense, carrying the faint tang of wet soil and decay, though no moisture remained. Every movement of his hands, every step he took, seemed to echo unnaturally across the land, as if the earth itself were watching, responding, waiting. He knelt at the rim of the well, feeling the familiar hollow cold that radiated from its depths. The witch's presence surged immediately, coiling through the air and pressing into his chest, a physical weight that made it difficult to breathe. Shadows deepened and shifted around him, forming indistinct shapes, faces, hands, twisting forms that seemed almost human in their anguish. And then the whisper arrived. Clearer, closer, impossibly intimate. Do you remember me? Do you remember what you promised? Jedediah swallowed hard, sweat slicking his brow despite the cooling evening air. His breath caught in his throat as he recognized the truth. There was no undoing this. No act of denial, no prayer, no retreat could diminish her power. She had intertwined herself with the land, the soil, and the marrow of his bones. She was patient, eternal, and she demanded repayment, not in words or gold, but in acknowledgement, in submission. He set to work with the tools he had gathered, heavy stones, clay, and timber, each item chosen with care, each piece an attempt to physically suppress the presence that had claimed him. As he lowered the first stones into the shaft, the ground beneath him vibrated subtly, a low hum that resonated with the throb in his wound. The whisper intensified, now layered with multiple tones, overlapping voices that echoed from the well and the soil itself. Closer, 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 closer. With every stone he set, the air thickened, turning heavy and viscous, almost tactile. Dust rose from the soil in erratic swirls, forming spectral shapes that coiled around his ankles, brushing against his skin like dry, cold fingers. He stumbled but remained upright, forced onward by a combination of fear, desperation, and the unshakable compulsion of the curse that now defined his existence. Night fell fully, and the farm transformed. Shadows lengthened, multiplied, and began to move independently of the physical world. The wind carried sounds that were not natural. A soft dragging, a wet scraping, the faintest hint of laughter or sobbing. Impossible to locate, but impossible to ignore. Jedediah could hear the faint gurgle of the well below, a sound like a heartbeat, echoing through the wood and stone of the farmhouse, carrying the witch's will with it. He continued to work, sweat pouring from his brow, hands raw and trembling, but he could feel progress. The shaft narrowed under his efforts, stones forming a makeshift barrier, yet the witch's presence pressed in with increasing intensity, coiling around him, insinuating herself into every thought, every breath. He felt her fingers brushing across his shoulders, along his spine, though he saw nothing but darkness. His wound throbbed violently, sharp jolts radiating along his arm, as if reminding him that the debt was far from repaid. The whisper rose to a crescendo, a chorus of tones, both familiar and alien. Closer, 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 Jedediah cried out, a sound swallowed immediately by the unnatural stillness. Pain surged through his hand, up his arm, into his chest, radiating through every nerve. Shadows responded, coiling and twisting around him, brushing against his skin, leaving icy trails across his sweat-soaked shirt. Yet he persisted, setting stone after stone, pressing clay into the gaps, lowering timber over the opening, each action a defiance and an acknowledgement at once. As midnight approached, the witch manifested more fully, though not corporeally. The shadows elongated, merging into a dense mass that rose from the well and twisted across the floorboards. The air itself seemed alive, pressing into his lungs, crawling across his skin with a cold, wet sensation, like mud sliding down his back. He fell to his knees, trembling, clutching the wound in his hand, and realized with stark clarity that the well was no longer merely a source of punishment. It had become a conduit for her entire essence, a living nexus that allowed her influence to touch every corner of the farm, to manipulate the very world around him. He spoke aloud, his voice barely a whisper, soaked in desperation. I will finish this. I will end it. I will pay your debt. The shadows quivered, responding, twisting, reshaping themselves in acknowledgement. The voice, a multitude now, layered and overlapping, hissed and whispered, closer, 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 yes, closer. He worked feverishly, hammering timber, stacking stone, pressing clay with trembling hands. Every effort sent reverberations through the farm. The floorboards groaned, the soil trembled, and the wind whistled through the broken windows, carrying with it a chorus of the witch's whispers and laughter, sharp and dry as bone against stone. Hours passed. Jedediah's muscles ached, his back screamed with fatigue, and yet he persisted. The well's opening narrowed, almost closed, yet he knew instinctively that physical closure was insufficient. The witch's presence was tied to the land, to him, to the very soil she had claimed. Stones and clay could contain the shaft, but they could not restrain her essence. The wound in his hand throbbed uncontrollably, pulsing in tandem with her will. Finally, he lowered the last stone, pressing it into place with his own body weight. The well was physically sealed. The shadows recoiled, twisting violently, then flattening into the ground as though obeying some silent command. Silence followed, a heavy, almost unbearable quiet that pressed against his ears and chest. Yet in that quiet he could feel the faintest pulse her essence, still present, still tethered to him, still waiting. He sank to the ground, exhausted, covered in sweat and dust, feeling the weight of the curse settle into his bones. The wound in his hand continued to ache, throbbing faintly but without the violent surges of earlier. He understood, with a clarity that both relieved and terrified him, that the physical closure of the well was only part of the task. The witch's influence was woven into the very fabric of his being, into the soil and into the history of the land. It is done for now, he whispered, voice raw and trembling. "But I am still yours." The shadows shifted subtly in response, a reminder that she was patient, eternal, and relentless. She had been restrained, but not destroyed. The well was closed, yet her grasp persisted. She waited, as she had for centuries, patient and insatiable, ready to continue her claim, her debt, her hunger, whenever the opportunity arose. Rain began to fall once more, gentle at first, pattering against the cracked soil, soaking the farm with a rhythm that mirrored the slow pulse of his wound. Jedediah felt the pain ease slightly, but the whisper remained faintly in his mind. Closer, closer, closer. The curse was not ended. The witch's essence endured. The well had been closed physically, but spiritually, eternally, she remained. And Jedediah knew fully that he would carry her presence, her hunger, and her debt for the rest of his days. He rose unsteadily, looking out across the soaked farm, the rain falling steadily now, and understood that survival was not freedom. It was endurance, vigilance, and the knowledge that the well, though closed, had marked him irrevocably. Every drop of water, every gust of wind, every shadow would remind him, forever, that the witch's grasp could not be fully broken. And in the quiet of the storm he whispered to himself, voice mingling with the rain, "I will bear it. I will endure. I will remember." The well waited beneath the earth, silent but alive, and the witch's eyes lingered in the shadows, patient, insatiable, and eternal. The rain had become a constant presence on the farm, soft at first, then insistent, finally falling in torrents that turned the dry, cracked earth into a landscape of mud and reflection. Jedediah walked through the sodden fields, boots sinking slightly into the yielding soil, every step a reminder of the weight he carried within him. The wound in his hand had hardened into a scar, a hollow crater etched with faint black veins that seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, a private echo of the curse that had touched him. It no longer throbbed violently, yet it remained a constant presence, a tether to the well, to the witch, to the debt that could never be erased. The farm seemed changed as well. The earth had absorbed the rain greedily, yet even in its renewal, there were hints of the well's influence. Crops grew twisted, unnaturally tall in some places, stunted in others, shadows falling oddly across the fields. The trees creaked and groaned under the weight of their own dampness. Yet the sound was more than wood and wind. It was the echo of something else, something patient, waiting, watching. Jedediah felt it in his bones. The witch had endured, her presence embedded in the very soil, subtle yet undeniable. He approached the old well cautiously, now a mound of stones, clay, and timber, sealed physically but alive in a way that defied the natural world. The air around it seemed heavier than elsewhere, denser, as if the earth itself had absorbed centuries of malice and sorrow. He pressed a hand to the rough stones, feeling their cold dampness through his fingers, and shivered. Even after weeks, the whisper lingered faintly in his mind, the refrain that had driven him to exhaustion, that had haunted his nights and invaded his waking hours. Closer, closer, closer. Jedediah closed his eyes and took a slow, deliberate breath. The presence of the witch was subtle now, restrained by the barrier he had constructed, yet it was impossible to deny. He had not freed himself. He had only delayed, constrained, negotiated with the eternal patience of something far older and more relentless than any human reckoning. The curse had become part of him, embedded in the marrow of his bones, and he would carry it forever. The days passed in a mixture of labor and reflection. Jedediah repaired what he could of the farmhouse, tended the fields, and maintained the seals on the well. Yet no amount of work could erase the sense of anticipation that clung to the air, a knowledge that the witch remained patient, biding her time, aware of every breath, every step, every heartbeat. Shadows seemed to lengthen unnaturally at dusk, whispering to him through the rustle of leaves and the trickle of rainwater. He could feel her watching from beneath the earth, from within the scar on his hand, from the subtle pulse of the land itself. At night, sleep was uneasy. Dreams returned, less vivid but still suffused with presence. The witch did not rise fully as she had before. Instead, She lingered, coiling at the edge of his consciousness, her eyes black pits that followed him, even in the dimmest light. She whispered, no longer demanding immediate recognition, but issuing subtle reminders of her patience and power. Closer, 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 always closer, never far, always waiting. Jedediah understood with grim clarity that this was not a curse meant to be broken in a single act, nor was it punishment to be endured for mere days or weeks. This was a legacy, a continuous burden that would ripple outward from him, shaping the land, influencing his thoughts, and asserting itself upon anyone who ventured near. The witch's essence had become entwined with the farm, the well, and him, a triad of inescapable influence. He began to notice subtle signs of the legacy manifesting. Water that collected in ruts and depressions shimmered oddly, reflecting not only his face, but fleeting glimpses of another skeletal, pale, eyes black and accusing. Animals avoided the vicinity of the well, even in the renewed earth, and the wind carried a whisper of decay that lingered despite the fresh rain. Shadows moved independently, bending against natural light, as if conscious of their own existence, forming shapes that echoed the witch's presence. Jedediah learned to navigate the world carefully. He avoided long stays near the well, even when tending to it. He touched water sparingly, aware that the faintest interaction could awaken the tethered presence. He spoke sparingly, measured his thoughts, and watched the land as though it were alive, which, in a sense, it now was. Every sound, every flicker of shadow, every ripple in a puddle was a reminder that the witch endured. She was patient, eternal, waiting, and her grasp reached farther than any mortal could resist. Years passed. The farm, despite his diligence, remained a place apart, a locus of quiet dread masked beneath ordinary agricultural labor. Jedediah grew older, body worn by toil and vigilance, mind sharpened by the constant, subtle demands of the curse. Visitors were rare. Those who did come spoke of an unease in the air, a heavy silence broken by faint, inexplicable whispers or shadows that moved against the light. Few lingered long. Stories spread quietly among the nearby towns, whispered rumors of a haunted farm, a dry well, and a man who seemed to carry a perpetual weight. Jedediah's hand remained scarred, the black veins faint but ever present, throbbing softly in rhythm with his heartbeat. He had learned to endure, to coexist with the tethered presence, though he knew instinctively that true freedom was impossible. The witch had endured. She had embedded herself in him and the land, and he was now the vessel of her legacy, the caretaker of her patience, the bearer of her claim. He often walked the perimeter of the farm at dawn, watching the mist rise from the earth. Shadows shifted unnaturally in the haze, coiling across the ground, brushing against the base of trees and the tips of grass as though alive. He would pause, hand resting on the scar, feeling the faint pulse beneath the skin, and whisper a quiet acknowledgement. I remember. I endure. I watch. I bear. The witch did not need his words. She was patient. Her eyes were everywhere, her presence subtle but eternal. And yet, Jedediah understood that this acknowledgement was necessary, a ritual of awareness, a fragile balance between survival and domination, a recognition of the inescapable truth. The well's debt was eternal, and he was its guardian. As the seasons changed, rain came and went, and the land shifted subtly in response. Crops grew in strange patterns, water flowed in unnatural directions, shadows lengthened at odd angles. Visitors continued to notice the unease, the faint sense of observation, the whispers that seemed to brush against their consciousness, and then they left, reluctant to linger, carrying the tale back to towns and settlements beyond the farm. The legend of the well, the witch, and the man who bore her legacy began to take root, echoing the centuries of patience and malice that had infused the earth long before Jedediah's birth. In his final years, Jedediah walked slowly through the rain-soaked fields, the scarred hand resting on the wooden fence, eyes fixed on the mound that marked the sealed well. He felt the witch's presence, not pressing, not insistent, but omnipresent, a constant rhythm beneath the pulse of the earth. Her patience endured, her hunger dormant yet persistent, her essence embedded in every shadow, every droplet of water, every whispered sound carried on the wind. He whispered to himself, a mantra repeated countless times over decades. I remember, I endure, I bear. And in that repetition he understood fully. The well had not ended with stones and clay. The witch's claim was eternal, her presence inseparable from the land, and he, Jedediah, once a man seeking only water for his parched farm, had become the vessel, the witness, and the custodian of her legacy. The curse did not end. It persisted, stretching outward through time, woven into the land, the well, and him, an eternal echo of vengeance, punishment, and remembrance. The rain continued to fall. Shadows twisted beneath the trees. The well remained sealed, yet alive. And Jedediah, scarred, aged, and vigilant, endured, carrying the legacy of the well with each pulse of his heart, each step through the sodden earth, each whispered breath of acknowledgement, aware that the witch waited still, eternally patient and forever close. The bell tower lament. The sun dipped low over Venice Beach, casting long, wavering shadows across the sand and weathered streets, and the distant crash of waves against the shore mingled with the faint, almost ghostly creak of wind chimes suspended along the boardwalk, creating an atmosphere both serene and subtly unsettling, as though the town itself exhaled a cautious warning to those who dared wander its edges too long. Jeanne, a young historian specializing in the esoteric intersections of music and architecture, found herself drawn inexplicably to the bell tower that had loomed over the coastal town for centuries, its stonework weathered by wind and salt, its spire puncturing the twilight sky like a needle threading some invisible, inescapable fate. And she knew before she even ascended the first steps of its spiral staircase that she was no longer merely pursuing research, that this was a summons. And the air seemed to pulse with the unspoken weight of centuries of grief, betrayal, and obsession, whispers carried in the fog rolling in from the ocean that conspired with her heartbeat to quicken, a cadence she could not slow. The entrance to the tower was framed by wrought iron gates that groaned faintly when she pushed them open, and the hinges squealed in a metallic protest that seemed almost sentient, as if the tower itself were aware of her intrusion and hesitant, as though unsure if it should welcome her or warn her away. The air inside thick with dust and the faint tang of oxidized metal, and every step she took on the spiral staircase produced a low, echoing thrum that resonated through the stone, mingling with the rhythm of her own anxious pulse. The wooden steps were worn smooth, each groove etched by generations of feet, long vanished, and she could almost sense the accumulation of sorrow embedded in the timber and masonry, a history of loss so heavy it seemed to sag the very air. At the top of the tower, the bell chamber opened before her, cavernous and shadow-filled, the massive bronze bell suspended from thick beams that moaned under its weight, and the sunlight filtering through cracked windows revealed flecks of dust, dancing like spectral motes, suspended in the golden shafts of light. Her fingers traced the edge of a forgotten manuscript, lying on a pedestal, brittle and yellowed with age. Its ink faded, its melody incomplete yet unmistakable. A sequence of notes that had been erased from the public memory, labeled in the margins with cautionary annotations in a handwriting that trembled with anguish and obsession. The journal of Arthur, the bellmaker, whose story of love and betrayal had been concealed by time, his words breathing through the fragile pages, whispering to Jenna across the centuries. She promised, and I waited, and in the silence, I found death. Then, the ink seemed almost to pulse beneath her fingertips, as if alive, resonating with the echo of her own trepidation, and she felt a chill creep along her spine, the faintest brush of air stirring the pages as though the tower itself exhaled a warning, the distant cry of gulls outside mingling with the echoing tolls of smaller bells that had not rung in decades, producing a haunting, dissonant harmony that set her nerves on edge. The wind whipped through the broken panes, carrying the briny scent of the ocean and a whisper of voices she could not identify, half caught in memory, half conjured by fear. She began to play the first tentative notes on the small practice bells set near the edge of the chamber, each tone ringing with clarity yet haunted by a faint, mournful overtone, almost as if the air itself remembered a melody long suppressed, a melody that should never have been played. And with each successive note, she felt the presence of Arthur grow stronger, a shadowy figure, coalescing at the edge of her vision, his form insubstantial yet unmistakably human, eyes hollow and filled with an eternal grief, watching her with a gaze that pierced beyond the veil of time, past the superficialities of mortal perception, and directly into her mind. Why do you awaken it? Why do you seek what was lost? The words came not in speech, but in the intimate resonance of thought, vibrating through her skull like the resonance of the bell itself, deep and penetrating, and she staggered, catching herself on the edge of the railing, the wind lashing her hair against her cheeks, the dim light casting angular, distorted shadows across the chamber floor. The notes of the forbidden melody hung in the air, each reverberation warping subtly, carrying with it an echo of despair so acute that she felt the ache in her chest, a tightening that mirrored the constriction of grief she imagined Arthur must have carried through his own final hours. The bell itself trembled faintly, though no hand had touched it, and a soft metallic vibration thrummed along the beams, resonating through the floor, through the walls, and through her very bones, a tactile pressure that spoke of an unfulfilled longing, a rage too deep for words. And the shadows around her seemed to shift, moving with a fluid grace that defied natural physics, converging toward her in subtle coils, brushing her arms with a sensation of icy grief, of silent tears running down invisible faces. She turned back to the manuscript, hand shaking, and traced the notes with care, realizing that her role in this was no longer optional, that the tower demanded her participation, that her own curiosity and passion had been interpreted as a summons, and the melody began to unfold under her fingers, each note precise, yet weighted with sorrow, as if the bell and the paper and the lingering essence of Arthur were coalescing into a single consciousness, one that demanded acknowledgement and enactment, one that would not be denied. Do you hear it? Can you hear her voice? The melody she could not keep, the song she abandoned? The whisper again, and this time it carried a timbre of sorrowful lamentation, interlaced with the faintest traces of anger, and Jenna felt her vision blur, the light of the setting sun refracting through the dusty panes into spectral streaks, illuminating dust motes that seemed to dance like the souls of the betrayed. Circling and twisting with a rhythm dictated by a will she could neither see nor resist, she realized that the forbidden melody was not merely musical notation, but a vessel for memory, for anguish, for the intangible essence of love denied and death embraced. And she understood, with an instinctive clarity that made her stomach knot, that the act of playing it would bind her to the tower, to Arthur, and to the grief that refused to fade. The first full rendition of the melody filled the chamber, resonant and chilling, each note ringing out with crystalline precision yet warped subtly by unseen forces, producing harmonics that should not exist, frequencies that twisted perception, evoking an almost physical sensation of despair and yearning in her chest. The wind howled through the broken windows, carrying the faint echoes of opera, a soprano voice, layered with anguish and accusation, the sound vibrating through the stone, through the beams, and into her very marrow. And she could feel the shadow of Arthur solidifying slightly beside her, a silhouette marked by grief and rage, yet bound, tethered eternally to the bell and to her performance. You play what I could not. You summon what was forbidden. Remember and suffer the weight of remembrance. Yeah. She stumbled back as a sudden vibration ran through the bell itself, uncommanded, its bronze surface humming with energy that felt almost sentient, a resonance of grief and fury that shook the tower, bending the air and her perception of it. The shadows moved faster now, coiling and twisting with intent, brushing against her skin with sensations of cold mud and wet stone, whispering lamentations and accusations in a chorus that seemed both ancient and immediate. Jenna's fingers flew over the notes, compelled by a force she could neither resist nor comprehend, each strike resonating with the grief of Arthur, the pain of the woman he loved, the sorrow of the town that had forgotten, and the haunting inevitability of loss. Her heart pounded with the terror and awe of participation in a ritual not of her design, a melody that carried not only sound, but history, memory, and the unquiet spirits of the wronged. By the time she faltered, the shadows had begun to recede slightly, yet the chamber remained thick with sorrow, and the bell thrummed softly, as if acknowledging her acknowledgement, her acquiescence to the weight of history, her embrace of a grief not hers but now inseparable from her own. She understood with a clarity that brought tears to her eyes that she had not only discovered a forgotten melody, but had become part of its lineage, a conduit for loss and lamentation, and that every note she had played tethered her ever more tightly to the tower, to Arthur, and to the grief that refused to die. As the sun finally disappeared below the horizon, leaving Venice Beach in the embrace of twilight, Jenna stepped back from the bell, breathing heavily, her ears ringing faintly from the resonance, her fingers numb from the tension, and she knew that she had crossed a threshold. She had awakened what had slept, and in doing so, had taken her place among those who remembered, who suffered, and who bore witness, and that the melody, once forbidden, was no longer forgotten. Carried forward in the fragile, trembling hands of the historian who had dared to play it. The wind outside stilled momentarily, as if holding its breath, and the faint echo of opera lingered, faint but distinct, threading itself through the beams, the dust, the shadows, and her memory, a spectral acknowledgement of what had been played, what had been felt, and what would endure. Jenna looked out across the fog-tinged coastline, the waves crashing faintly below, and knew that every bell she would hear in the future, every tone struck, every vibration of bronze, would carry with it a whisper of Arthur, of the forbidden melody, and of the eternal lament of love denied, betrayal embraced, and grief unending. The evening wind had settled into a mournful, lingering whisper that slipped through the narrow streets of Venice Beach, carrying with it a hint of salt, and the faint, almost imperceptible resonance of a bell never meant to sound. And Jenna ascended the spiral staircase of the bell tower once more, her hand brushing against the cool, worn stone, each step a measured act of both fear and compulsion, as if the tower itself urged her upward, coaxing her toward a confrontation, long delayed but inevitable. The air grew cooler as she rose, yet it was thick with anticipation, carrying a subtle vibration that seemed to penetrate bone and marrow, resonating not with sound alone, but with a memory, a longing, a sorrow older than the town itself, and she felt the invisible tether tighten around her chest, pressing in with the inexorable weight of centuries of grief. Outside, the Pacific lapped quietly at the shore, the waves punctuated by the occasional distant cry of a gull. But inside the tower, the atmosphere was alive with something far older, a presence that twisted in the shadows and coiled along the stairwell like smoke, unseen yet sensed, moving in tandem with her heartbeat. She could feel it in the vibration of her footsteps, the faint echo of metal beneath her fingers, the way the dust stirred in the shafts of dim light from the broken windows, forming swirls that reminded her of faces distorted, weeping, accusatory. She realized with a shiver that every step she took was not merely upward in space, but deeper into a realm of emotion, memory, and grief, a psychic journey as demanding as it was perilous. The journal she carried under her arm seemed heavier now, as if the weight of Arthur's sorrow had been absorbed into its very fibers, the inked letters on each page faintly pulsing in rhythm with the melody she had begun to play, each note reverberating through the stone walls, through her own body, and into the ether that connected her to the past. The air itself responded to her presence. The subtle creaks of the staircase were accentuated by a low metallic vibration, the ghostly echo of bells yet to be rung, their tones simultaneously alluring and threatening, calling her onward with the promise of revelation and the risk of obliteration. As she reached the midpoint of the tower, a gust of wind burst through a cracked window, scattering loose papers and stirring the dust into a miniature whirlwind that coiled around her legs, tugging at her clothing, caressing her skin with icy fingers. She caught a whiff of something ancient and metallic, the scent of bronze and decay, as though the bell itself exhaled in recognition of her approach, acknowledging her participation in the ritual of remembrance. A soft, distant lament floated upward from below, the faintest trace of a soprano voice singing an aria of loss, intertwined with the echoes of a man's sorrowful sighs. Arthur, bound to his grief and yet somehow aware of her presence. Do you see it? Do you feel it? The notes that should have died with me? The thought was not heard, but felt, a subtle intrusion into her mind, as if the tower itself had become an instrument, vibrating with emotion, memory, and unfinished devotion. And Jenna responded instinctively, touching the worn railing as though seeking both stability and connection, grounding herself in the tactile world, while simultaneously surrendering to the spectral pull of the melody. Each step upward was accompanied by the faint sound of keys brushing the manuscript, pages whispering with secrets that her fingers had not yet traced, notes that seemed to bend reality, calling forth shadows from the corners of the chamber, from the folds of time, from the memory of a love betrayed. The staircase narrowed as she approached the upper reaches of the tower, the air growing heavier, denser, carrying with it the weight of accumulated sorrow. She felt the presence coiling closer, brushing against her mind, insinuating itself into her perception, bending sound and light with its will. The distant waves no longer registered in her consciousness. The only rhythm that mattered was the pulse of grief, echoing through the tower, each vibration synchronizing with her heartbeat, each sigh of stone and metal, a declaration of Arthur's unfulfilled desire. At the final landing before the bell chamber, Jenna paused, hand resting on the ironwork railing, feeling a subtle hum that radiated through her fingers and into her arm, a resonance of bronze and memory, a reminder that she was not ascending alone. Shadows pooled in the corners, fluid and almost corporeal, shifting in response to her gaze, forming shapes that evoked faces, some human, some impossibly distorted, weeping, accusing, yearning. The journal trembled faintly in her grip, pages rustling as though stirred by invisible fingers, notes and annotations aligning to form a coherent pattern, a sequence she could not ignore. She drew a slow, deliberate breath and stepped through the final doorway into the bell chamber, the space vast and shadow-filled, the massive bronze bell suspended like a sentinel over the edge of human understanding. Dust motes floated in the pale shafts of moonlight, each a miniature prism capturing fragments of spectral illumination, and the chamber seemed to pulse with expectation, the very air vibrating with the anticipation of melody and lamentation, grief and confession. Jenna approached the bell cautiously, every footstep producing a low, echoing thrum that resonated through the floorboards and into the beams, mingling with the ghostly hum that had been building ever since she first entered the tower. She could feel the shadow of Arthur coalescing beside her, a presence both insubstantial and painfully real, eyes hollow yet radiant with unfulfilled longing, a silhouette etched against the dim light, and she understood instinctively that the moment had come to confront the melody fully, to summon the notes that had been erased from history, and to endure the emotional weight of their revelation. You must play. You must remember. You must witness. The voice was no longer distant or subtle. It vibrated through her chest, threading through her spine, pressing insistently against her eardrums, weaving itself into the rhythm of her heartbeat. Trembling, she laid the manuscript on a small wooden stand near the bell, tracing the notes with fingers that shook from anticipation and fear. The first tone she struck resonated through the chamber, pure and crystalline, yet immediately warped by unseen forces, producing subtle overtones that conjured visions of sorrow and betrayal, of love denied and promises broken, of anguish embedded in bronze and stone. With each successive note, the chamber responded. Shadows stretched and coiled, forming figures some human, some impossibly distorted, gesturing, weeping, pleading. The faintest scent of iron and rain filled the air. The tactile sensation of cold mist brushed against her skin, and the very structure seemed to breathe with the accumulated grief of centuries. She felt Arthur's presence strengthen with each note, the shadow beside her solidifying slightly, eyes burning with both accusation and relief, observing her as both inheritor and witness to a tragedy that refused to fade. Do you hear her? Do you feel her absence? Do you understand what was lost? The whisper threaded through her consciousness, subtle yet insistent, and she realized that the forbidden melody was not merely music, but a vessel, a repository for sorrow, memory, and unfulfilled longing. Each note was a pulse, each pause a sigh, each resonance a reminder that grief could not be erased, that betrayal could not be undone, and that love, once denied, left an indelible mark upon the soul. Jenna's hands flew over the manuscript, compelled by forces beyond her comprehension, each strike producing harmonics that bent perception, evoking sensations of cold, wet stone, of tears running down invisible cheeks, of lamentations whispered from the ether. The bell shivered with energy, vibrating in sympathy with her playing, and the shadows responded, swirling and coiling around her in a dance of grief and recognition, brushing her arms with a sensation that was at once chilling and intimate, the ghostly echo of human emotion captured and rendered tangible in the resonance of bronze. Time lost meaning as she ascended deeper into the emotional and spectral layers of the melody, the chamber filling with a symphony of echoes, overtones, and whispers, all emanating from the bell, from the manuscript, and from the shadow of Arthur, who now lingered closer, observing her with a gaze that pierced beyond sight into understanding and acknowledgement. Her body trembled with exhaustion, yet she continued, driven by the irresistible compulsion to see the melody through, to honor the grief embedded in bronze and ink, and to confront the presence that had lingered patiently for centuries. By the time she faltered, the first notes of the forbidden melody complete, and the chamber vibrating with the collective sorrow of generations, the shadows had coalesced fully, forming shapes that were almost human, faces etched with longing and accusation, and the bell thrummed softly, as though acknowledging her endurance and participation, a resonance that threaded through the stone, the air, and her very being. She understood, with a clarity that was both terrifying and beautiful, that she had crossed a threshold. She had not merely discovered a melody. She had become part of it, a conduit for grief and memory, and the shadow of Arthur would now be forever intertwined with her experience, a spectral presence whose lament she would carry henceforth. The night had deepened over Venice Beach, the waves crashing with a muted ferocity against the shore, their rhythm echoing faintly up to the bell tower where Jenna stood, heart hammering in tandem with the pulse of unseen forces that had awakened around her. For the melody she had begun to reconstruct was no longer hers alone, and as her fingers traced the fragile notes on the yellowed manuscript, the chamber itself seemed to breathe with anticipation. The bronze bell suspended overhead, vibrating subtly as if aware of the imminent transgression, as though centuries of grief and betrayal had accumulated in this very structure, waiting for a hand to release them from silence. A gust of wind swept through the broken windows, carrying with it the faintest whisper, the ghostly residue of Arthur's despair, a voice threading through the chamber, layered and insistent, almost musical, yet too laden with sorrow for mortal understanding. Do you hear her? Do you feel the weight of what was promised and denied? The words were not spoken aloud, but felt vibrating in her chest, resonating along her spine, threading through her very bones, and the shadows along the walls responded in subtle, fluid movements, stretching and recoiling, forming shapes that evoked hands reaching, faces crying, silhouettes twisted in anguish and longing. Each note Jenna played seemed to coax them closer, their forms more distinct, their presence heavier, pressing in upon her senses, filling the chamber with a weight that was both oppressive and intoxicating, a psychic pressure, as real as gravity itself. Her breath came in shallow bursts, the manuscript trembling under her fingers, the inked notes seeming to shimmer faintly, as though absorbing the spectral energy that flowed through the tower, and she realized that the forbidden melody was no longer merely notation. It had become an active entity, alive with grief and desire, coiled around her consciousness like smoke, infiltrating her perception, dictating her rhythm, demanding her complete attention and obedience. You awaken what should sleep. You summon what cannot rest. The warning came, subtle, yet impossible to ignore, threading itself into her mind like the vibration of the bell itself, and a sudden, unearthly tone rang out from the massive bronze suspended above her, though she had not struck it. The bell shuddered violently, vibrating with a resonance that felt almost sentient, its sound both alluring and punishing, a fusion of beauty and terror, echoing across the chamber and threading through the fibers of her very being, filling her with awe, fear, and a peculiar ache that seemed to emanate from the collective memory embedded in the bell. Shadows coalesced around her more fully now, forming shapes unmistakably human, yet distorted, their faces elongated in grief, eyes hollow and accusing, mouths moving in silent lamentation. They reached toward her, and she felt the pressure of their presence against her skin, the ghostly sensation of cold fingers brushing, tugging at her sleeves, her hair, her arms, and she shivered violently, struggling to maintain both composure and control, aware that a single misstep could unravel her consciousness, leaving her lost within the spectral grasp of centuries-old sorrow. The melody's progression quickened, each note more complex, more laden with the weight of memory and emotion than the last. The bell responded in tandem, vibrating in harmony, producing a resonance that seemed to warp the air, bending light subtly, creating illusory flickers along the walls, shadows that moved independently of the flickering candlelight and moonbeams. The room felt alive, sentient, aware of her presence and intent, and Jenna realized with mounting horror and fascination that she was no longer performing music. She was conversing with the tower itself, with the accumulated grief, with Arthur, with the remnants of love denied and betrayal embraced. She glanced up at the shadow forming beside the bell, more distinct now, corporeal almost, yet undeniably spectral. Arthur's figure etched in gloom, eyes shining with an intensity that was both accusatory and mournful, fixed upon her. He raised a hand, the motion slow and deliberate, and the air seemed to thrum in response, vibrating with the resonance of unresolved lamentation. Jenna felt the tug of the melody, of the bell, of the chamber, as though all three were drawing her into the spiral of grief, urging her to complete the sequence, to fulfill the ritual of remembrance that had begun long before her birth. Why do you linger? Why do you disturb what must remain silent? The whisper threaded into her consciousness, yet its cadence had shifted, no longer solely accusatory. It carried a hint of pleading, a desperate desire to be understood, to have the sorrow acknowledged, to find some form of resolution in the presence of one willing to witness. Jenna's fingers faltered on the manuscript, uncertainty prickling her skin, and the bell's vibration intensified, thrumming through the beams, the floor, the walls, and through her very bones, a physical manifestation of grief, a conduit of anguish that left no space for doubt or hesitation. The notes began to intertwine with the wind, the shadows, the resonance of the bell, and the chamber seemed to vibrate with a harmony impossible by natural measure, producing overtones that disoriented perception, bending sound and light and space itself. Jenna's mind reeled as the melody's forbidden power asserted itself fully, weaving a tapestry of memory, sorrow, and love lost, and she understood with a profound clarity that she had entered a realm where music and spirit, human and spectral, past and present, were inseparable, and that her act of playing was no longer optional but demanded in full participation. Sweat ran cold along her spine as the shadows thickened, coiling around her feet, rising along the railing, brushing her arms, tugging at her hair, pressing whispers against her eardrums that were indistinguishable from the harmonics of the bell. Faces appeared within the shadows, fleeting but distinct, eyes hollow yet burning with the intensity of grief, mouths opening in silent cries, reaching toward her with gestures that carried the weight of unfulfilled longing. Each note she struck produced a shiver along the beams, a vibration that seemed to echo not only through the chamber, but through the very fabric of the tower, the town, and the air itself. Jenna's pulse raced as the melody neared its zenith, the forbidden sequence almost complete. and the bell rang out in an autonomous resonance, producing a sound that was both crystalline and torturous, piercing and ethereal, echoing through the streets below, stirring the distant waves, and threading through the night air like a lamentation that could not be ignored. The shadows writhed in response, rising to near corporeal form, and the spectral figure of Arthur now stood fully beside the bell, the anguish in his gaze palpable, a tangible weight pressing upon her chest, and Jenna realized fully that the melody was no longer hers. It had taken possession of the chamber, of her hands, of her mind, compelling her to bear witness to centuries of grief. "You know now," the whisper said, not accusatory, not pleading, but absolute, threading into every fiber of her consciousness, the cost of remembrance, the burden of memory, the legacy of love betrayed. She struck the final notes, trembling, fingers slick with sweat, hands shaking uncontrollably, the bell thrumming in resonance, and for a fleeting moment, time itself seemed suspended, the chamber vibrating with the combined energy of past and present, human and spectral, sorrow and acknowledgement. The shadows froze mid-motion, faces etched in frozen anguish, and the figure of Arthur tilted his head slightly, a gesture that was neither forgiveness nor condemnation, but recognition, the acknowledgement of one who had been seen, remembered, and understood. The echoes of the forbidden song faded slowly, leaving the chamber suspended in a profound silence, one heavier than mere absence of sound, saturated with the resonance of grief, memory, and love lost. And Jenna slumped against the railing, exhausted, ears ringing faintly, eyes brimming with tears, the weight of centuries pressing upon her in a tactile, almost physical embrace. She could still feel the presence beside her, diminished yet undeniable, the ghost of Arthur lingering, watching, acknowledging, fading slowly into the periphery, leaving only the residue of sorrow, a spectral imprint upon the walls, the bell, and her own consciousness. Outside, the waves lapped gently against the shore. The wind had softened, and Venice Beach lay cloaked in the quiet darkness of night, unaware of the storm of grief and remembrance that had been stirred high above. Yet Jenna knew that she would never forget the forbidden song, the resonance of the bell, the weight of the shadows, nor the intensity of the spectral presence she had encountered, and that her life, her perception, and her hearing would forever carry a trace of that lamentation, a reminder that some melodies are never truly meant to be silent, and that some sorrows endure beyond the limits of mortal comprehension. The night air outside the bell tower pressed heavily against the cracked panes of glass, carrying the distant roar of the Pacific waves that beat rhythmically against the shore, yet inside, the chamber seemed a world apart, charged with a resonance that was almost sentient, vibrating through stone and wood and air, vibrating through Jenna herself as though the bell had become a living entity, one aware of her presence, of her actions, of the melody she had dared to awaken, and of the ghost who lingered beside her, Arthur, his hollow eyes now brimming with an intensity that was no longer purely sorrow but edged with a warning, a silent insistence that the reckoning she had provoked could not be undone. The manuscript trembled beneath her fingers, ink quivering faintly, as if the words themselves were alive, responding to the lingering echoes of the forbidden melody she had summoned, each note she had struck, embedding a spectral vibration into the bell, the tower, and the very air. And Jenna felt a pressure in her chest, a tightening that constricted breath and thought alike, the sense of a presence pressing against her from all sides, unseen yet unmistakable, weighing on her with the accumulated grief and fury of centuries. A sudden, sharp tone rang out from the bronze bell without any touch, a pure note that resonated deep within her skull, vibrating along her spine, thrumming in her bones, and the shadows along the walls convulsed as though in response to some imperceptible signal, twisting and coiling with intent, forming shapes that were almost human, almost corporeal, yet impossibly wrong, faces elongated with anguish, mouths open in silent screams, eyes fixed on her with a mixture of accusation and expectation. The chamber seemed alive, every surface vibrating, every particle of dust suspended in the moonlight, thrumming in sympathy with the bell, with the melody, with the sorrow it carried. Jenna's heart raced as she realized that the bell was no longer a passive instrument. It had become a force, a conduit, a living repository of grief, memory, and wrath. And every note she had played had fed it, given it form, given it will. She could feel it now, the energy coiling around her, pressing against her senses, wrapping through her very consciousness, and the shadow beside her, Arthur, now moved with purpose, gesturing toward the bell with hands that seemed to radiate both despair and command, as though urging her to confront the full weight of what she had awakened. "Do you comprehend? Do you understand what you have summoned?" The whisper threaded through her mind, vibrating in synchrony with the bell, with the chamber, with the lingering residue of melody, and she felt her knees weaken under the force, the very air thick with energy that defied her understanding, pressing against her lungs, her ears, her thoughts. She staggered, clutching the manuscript to her chest, ink smudging slightly under her damp fingers, and realized with a clarity both terrifying and exhilarating that the reckoning had begun, and that it demanded participation, demanded acknowledgement, demanded endurance. The bell rang again, this time a series of tones, cascading in a pattern that was both musical and unnatural, notes bending perception, producing harmonics that seemed to tug at her mind, at her memory, at her sense of self, and the shadows responded instantly, flowing toward her in fluid, almost serpentine motion, brushing her arms, tugging at her hair, pressing whispers against her ears, each one a lamentation, an accusation, a plea, a fragment of the sorrow she had summoned. Jenna forced herself to take a breath, grounding her mind in the physical reality of the tower, the rough texture of the stone railing beneath her palm, the cold sweat along her spine, the distant crash of waves below. And yet the bell's influence was undeniable, the chamber vibrating with energy that seemed almost sentient, responding to her own thoughts and intentions, bending the air, bending sound, bending perception. And she understood fully that to cease playing now would not end the reckoning, it would only redirect it. And she had no idea where the force would strike, nor who it might claim first. Arthur's shadow moved closer, now more defined, a silhouette cast against the moonlit bell, his hollow eyes fixed upon her, conveying a message she did not need words to understand. Witness, acknowledge, endure. And she did, fingers trembling, heart racing, as she struck the notes once more, the melody weaving through the chamber, entwining with the bell, threading through the shadows, and for a brief instant she felt the presence respond, a tangible pulse of energy that coiled around her, wrapping through her limbs, pressing into her chest, demanding focus, demanding continuation, demanding reckoning. The shadows flared suddenly, faces twisting in sudden motion, mouths opening in silent shrieks, eyes blazing with spectral fire, and Jenna felt the bell thrumming with violent intensity, vibrations resonating through her bones, echoing in her ears, filling her with an almost unbearable sense of connection, of empathy, of participation in centuries of grief and rage. She realized that she was not alone, that every note she struck had been observed, had been recorded in the ether, had been absorbed into the bell, into the chamber, into the spectral memory that surrounded her, and that her actions now held consequences, not only for herself, but for the very essence of the tower, for Arthur, for the melody, for the lineage of sorrow she had awakened. You cannot flee, you cannot deny it, you must endure, for only in acknowledgement can the lament cease. 1. The whisper was no longer subtle, threading through every nerve, every synapse, every fiber of consciousness, vibrating in synchrony with the bell, with the chamber, with the shadows themselves, and Jenna felt herself trembling, body racked with exhaustion, fear, awe, and reverence, yet compelled to continue, compelled to strike the notes, to follow the manuscript, to bear witness to the accumulated grief that had been contained for centuries. The bell's resonance shifted subtly, producing overtones that bent perception, producing harmonics that seemed to press into her consciousness, twisting thought and emotion in ways she could scarcely comprehend. Yet she continued, every motion deliberate, every note precise, every pause weighted with understanding, and she could feel Arthur's shadow moving with her, responding to each note, gesturing toward the bell, toward her, toward the invisible threads that connected past, present, and the spectral residue of grief. The chamber itself seemed to lean in, vibrating in anticipation, as though the entire structure had become a single entity, responsive, sentient, aware of her actions, her fear, her resolve, and every note she struck reverberated through stone and air and bone, producing a chorus of resonance that defied natural explanation, bending light, bending perception, bending time itself in subtle ways. And Jenna understood with full clarity that the reckoning had reached its apex, that the bell's influence was absolute, that the shadows, the manuscript, the melody, and her own consciousness were intertwined in a nexus of grief and remembrance that would not be broken by force alone. She paused for a fraction of a second, breathless, sweat stinging her eyes, ears ringing with the harmonics of the bell, and in that instant, she felt the full weight of Arthur's presence beside her, the culmination of centuries of sorrow, longing, betrayal, and love, denied. And she understood that the only way to survive, the only way to emerge from the reckoning intact, was to continue to play, to witness, to honor the grief, and to channel it fully through the forbidden melody, acknowledging both its beauty and its terror, its despair and its inevitability. Her fingers danced across the manuscript, striking the final notes with precision, and the bell responded in full resonance, vibrating through the tower, through her body, through the air itself, producing a harmony that was at once exquisite and terrifying, the culmination of grief, memory, and love denied. And for the first time, she felt a subtle easing of pressure, a tentative acknowledgement from the shadows, a soft, spectral sigh that threaded through the chamber, through the bell, through her very being, a fragile promise that the lament, though eternal, had been witnessed and understood, if not released. Arthur's shadow lingered for a moment longer, a figure of grief and recognition, then began to fade, leaving behind only the residue of sorrow, a whisper in the air, a vibration in the bell, a spectral imprint on the chamber walls and on Jenna's own consciousness, a reminder that the reckoning had been endured, that the melody had been honored, and that the tower, the bell, and the shadow would forever carry the weight of what had transpired. The waves outside continued their rhythmic crash, the wind softened, and Venice Beach lay cloaked in the quiet darkness of night, unaware of the storm of grief, music, and spectral presence that had raged above it. Yet Jenna knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever altered by the reckoning, and that every bell she would hear henceforth, every note struck, every vibration of bronze, would carry with it a trace of the forbidden song, the lament of Arthur, and the eternal resonance of grief that could not, and would not, be silenced. Dawn had begun to pale the horizon over Venice Beach, the ocean waves folding softly upon the sand, carrying with them the faint scent of salt and algae. Yet within the bell tower, time had shifted into a cadence of its own, suspended in the aftershocks of the night's reckoning, where melody, shadow, and grief had intertwined in ways Jenna could scarcely comprehend. And as she descended the spiral staircase, each step heavy with exhaustion yet deliberate, the echoes of the forbidden song lingered in the air, vibrating faintly along the worn stone, threading through her memory, embedding themselves into her consciousness with the stubborn persistence of a ghost unwilling to release its grip. The manuscript lay against her chest, damp with sweat, pages curling slightly from the night's tumult, the ink shimmering faintly in the dim light, as though containing within it a residue of spectral energy, a trace of the lament that had been coaxed forth from centuries of sorrow and betrayal. Jenna could feel the lingering presence of Arthur beside her, though insubstantial now, a whisper of grief woven into the very air, and she understood with a clarity both sobering and humbling that the tower, the bell, and the shadow would forever mark her, that the echoes of the lament would follow her in ways subtle and profound, threading through perception, memory, and emotion alike. "Do you carry it? Do you understand what it means to witness?" The whisper threaded through her mind, not harsh or accusatory, but resonant, laden with centuries of emotion and expectation, vibrating in harmony with the faint remnants of the bell's resonance. And she felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders, a mantle of understanding and sorrow that she could neither shed nor ignore. Each breath she drew seemed to carry with it a fragment of the tower's memory, each heartbeat a reminder that she had become an heir, not in material terms, but in the intangible, spectral legacy of grief, memory, and lamentation. She stepped onto the landing between floors, sunlight beginning to seep through the broken windows, casting narrow beams that cut through the lingering shadows, illuminating the fine motes of dust still suspended in the air. And in that light, she could see the traces of the previous night's presence, subtle shifts in the stone, faint impressions in the wood, the lingering hum of energy that clung to the surfaces, a testament to the intensity of the bell's influence and to the passage of grief that had been set into motion. Descending further, Jenna could feel the shadows thinning, becoming less tangible, the oppressive weight of sorrow lifting slightly. Yet she also knew that the echoes of the lament would not be banished so easily. They would accompany her, threaded into the very fabric of her perception, appearing in subtle vibrations, in resonances of bronze, in the faintest flutter of wind, in the ghost of a tone that was never fully silent, never fully released. She paused mid-step, listening, and, for a heartbeat, thought she heard a faint, sorrowful soprano drifting through the tower, distant, yet intimate, a reminder that the grief she had witnessed was not yet concluded, that the melody she had played continued to resonate in ways unseen and unmeasured. The streets below were beginning to stir with the morning light, footsteps of early risers, the distant hum of traffic, gulls crying above the water. Yet Jenna's awareness of these mundane sounds was filtered through the lingering resonance of the bell, and she realized that her perception had been altered irrevocably. She could hear nuances, vibrations, whispers of sorrow embedded in ordinary sound, the echo of grief threaded into reality itself. Every movement, every sound, every subtle vibration reminded her of the bell tower, of the forbidden melody, of Arthur, of the sorrow she had carried upward and back down, and she understood that the echoes of lament were not mere memory, but active presences, subtle yet persistent, shaping perception, threading through cognition, marking her in ways both profound and permanent. You have witnessed. You have endured. Now you must live with the resonance. And the whisper was softer now, a gentle acknowledgement rather than a demand, threading through her mind like a caress and a reminder. And Jenna felt an odd mixture of relief and burden, understanding that closure was not absence but acceptance, that to carry the echoes of lament was both a privilege and a responsibility, that she was now a conduit through which grief and memory could persist, yet also be honored, remembered, and acknowledged in a tangible way. At the base of the tower she paused, hands on the cool stone, and looked back up, the silhouette of the bell chamber framed in morning light, still carrying faint vibrations that resonated subtly through the structure, a reminder of what had transpired, of the power and the danger contained within, of the forbidden song and its consequences. She knew she could not forget, could not unhear, could not release the presence entirely, yet there was a measure of solace in knowing that she had endured, that she had witnessed, that she had honored the grief that had long been silenced. Do you hear it? Do you feel it? The legacy continues, in song and in silence. The whisper threaded again, almost imperceptible, yet undeniable, vibrating in tandem with the faint resonance that lingered in the air. And Jenna closed her eyes, letting the sensation wash over her, feeling the threads of melody, shadow, and grief entwine with her own being, realizing that she had become part of the lament, an integral element in a cycle that transcended time, a witness and participant in a continuum of sorrow and memory. She turned away from the tower at last, stepping onto the sunlit streets of Venice Beach, the morning warmth brushing against her skin, the distant laughter of early beachgoers, the scent of salt and sand, the faint cries of gulls above. Yet all of it was filtered through the echo she carried within her, the faintest shimmer of resonance in every sound, a subtle vibration threaded through perception, memory, and consciousness alike. The bell tower had imparted its legacy, and she had accepted it, carried it, and would carry it for the rest of her days, a living archive of sorrow, remembrance, and the forbidden melody. In the days that followed, Jenna found herself acutely sensitive to sound. The ringing of a church bell would make her pause, ears ringing faintly, as if the lament had traveled beyond the tower and settled into her very auditory perception. The distant laughter of children carried a subtle undertone of grief she could not explain. Even the gentle lapping of water against the shore seemed to vibrate with memories of sorrow and longing. As if the bell tower's resonance had seeped into reality itself, friends commented on her distracted demeanor, her tendency to pause mid-sentence, her acute awareness of nuances others missed. And though she smiled and reassured them, she knew that her perception had been altered permanently, subtly yet inexorably, by what she had witnessed. "You are changed," the whisper murmured one evening, faint as the wind through broken windows. "And you will carry it, as must all who witness and endure." She nodded silently, understanding that acceptance was the only way forward, that the echoes of lament were not a curse to flee but a legacy to honor, that the grief, the melody, the shadow, and the resonance were now interwoven with her own being, threads she could neither unravel nor ignore. She began to document her experience in careful, deliberate prose, not merely as record but as acknowledgement, as a way to honor the lament, to give it voice without disturbing its equilibrium, to channel the echoes responsibly. At night, when the wind whispered through the streets and the faint toll of distant bells reached her ears, she felt a connection that was intimate and profound, a reminder of the night in the tower, of the forbidden song, of Arthur's shadow, and of the enduring resonance that persisted beyond time, beyond space, beyond comprehension. She no longer feared the presence, for fear had been replaced by awareness, by acknowledgement, by participation in a continuum of grief and memory that was at once terrifying and beautiful. And so Jenna lived with the echoes of lament, a guardian of memory, a witness to sorrow, a vessel for the forbidden melody, aware that the bell tower still stood, still resonated, still carried the legacy of grief and love denied, and that she would forever be linked to it, hearing its subtle vibrations in ordinary sound, perceiving the traces of shadow and sorrow in the folds of reality, and carrying within her the knowledge that some melodies, some griefs, and some presences are never truly silent, never truly gone, but endure through witness, acknowledgement, and the careful, deliberate resonance of memory. The sun rose fully over Venice Beach, the waves sparkling in golden light. Yet within Jenna, the resonance persisted, subtle, continuous, intimate, a reminder that she had seen, that she had heard, that she had endured, and that the bell tower's lament would echo through her life forever, a song without end, a shadow without release, a grief without conclusion. And yet, in carrying it, she had become part of a cycle that was both human and eternal, bound by sound, memory, and the fragile, aching beauty of a love betrayed, remembered, and immortalized. The ferryman's toll, the storm had passed, yet its presence lingered like a ghost along the Everglades, where water stretched dark and endless, reflecting a sky still bruised with the memory of lightning and thunder. Sam awoke with a start, chest heaving, wet reeds brushing against his arms, the taste of brackish water clinging to his lips, and he realized with a quiet, chilling disorientation that the world around him had shifted, subtly and irrevocably. The river upon which he drifted was no river he had known. It bore no mark on maps, no familiar bend, no signpost to orient him. Only darkness, deep and suffocating, punctuated by the occasional shimmer of moonlight on black water, mirrored his own confusion and unease, and a distant, almost imperceptible ripple in the current suggested movement, presence, life. The boat beneath him was small, battered by unseen currents, moving as though guided by hands not entirely human. The wood creaked softly, a low groan that harmonized with the distant drip of water, the faint rustle of reeds, and the muted chorus of frogs and nocturnal birds somewhere along the bank. Sam's own breathing sounded alien in his ears, loud against the oppressive silence that enveloped the river, and he realized he was utterly alone, or so he thought, until a shape appeared upon the misty horizon. A small pier, ancient and slick with moss, jutted from the black water. At its edge, a man stood, cloaked in garments that seemed woven from shadow itself, his face lined with age and experience, eyes glinting faintly in the half-light, steady and unreadable. In his hand, he held a long oar, tapping it against the wooden planks with a rhythm that seemed both inviting and warning. "To cross, you must pay," the man said, voice low and calm, threading through the mist like a measured tide. "Every soul seeks release, yet each passage demands its toll." And the words hung in the air, insistent, echoing against the still water and wet reeds. Sam's pulse quickened as he tried to find the words to respond, yet the strange man's gaze held him in place, compelling comprehension without a single motion. The river seemed to lean toward him, its surface curling in slight eddies as though stirred by an unseen hand, guiding the boat toward the pier, toward the man, toward an inevitability Sam could not yet name. With a trembling hand, Sam grasped the edge of the boat, feeling the slick wood beneath his fingers, and paddled toward the pier. The water clung to him, cold and suffocating, and he felt the tug of unseen currents attempting to pull him off course, testing him, weighing him, as though the river itself were a living arbiter of fate. The ferryman watched in silence, his shadow long and unyielding, waiting for Sam to reach the threshold where choice and consequence would entwine. "You seek passage," the ferryman continued, voice threading like the slow drip of water from a leaky roof. "Yet nothing comes without a price. You must retrieve it or remain forever adrift." Sam swallowed hard, his mind racing with half-formed images of death and deliverance, of storms survived but yet incomplete, of the countless souls he had seen lost in the aftermath of hurricane and flood. And then he understood, or thought he did. This was no ordinary river, no ordinary crossing, no simple survival. This was a trial, a reckoning, a negotiation with forces beyond comprehension. And he was the currency, whether he wished it or not. The ferryman gestured toward a structure emerging from the water a few dozen meters away. A house, half submerged, warped by flood and decay, windows dark and reflective, doors barely hanging on rusted hinges, walls slick with algae and moss. It exuded a presence that was at once alluring and dreadful, as though secrets long buried and regrets long forgotten had been congealed into wood and brick. "Retrieve the object of remorse," the ferryman intoned. "It does not belong to you, but its possession is required for passage." Sam nodded, fear coiling like serpents within his chest. He moved the boat toward the house, each paddle stroke stirring water thick with shadow. As he drew nearer, the air grew colder, carrying with it faint whispers that could have been wind or could have been voices of the lost, layered one atop another, pleading, laughing, screaming in muted harmony. He gripped the side of the boat, knuckles white, and noticed the first of them. Small ripples not caused by fish or current, the faint glint of a hand just beneath the water's surface, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, leaving only the suggestion of presence, of longing, of unfinished business. The boat scraped against the submerged steps of the house. Sam clambered out, boots sinking slightly in the mud and detritus, water sloshing up his calves, and he approached the door. It yielded with a hesitant creak, swinging inward on swollen hinges, revealing darkness within, interspersed with faint streaks of moonlight, catching the edges of objects half buried in water and silt. The house smelled of rot, of wet wood, of something metallic and unmistakably human blood, decay, memory. He moved slowly, careful to avoid loose floorboards, searching the rooms in a methodical, almost obsessive manner, until he found it, a small, waterlogged chest, half submerged in the shallow waters that covered the floor. He knelt, fingers trembling, prying the lid open, with a low groan of rusted metal and swollen wood. Inside, resting on the remnants of old letters and photographs, lay a bundle tied with faded ribbon, a box of correspondence, love letters yellowed with age, stained with water and time. A sense of sadness washed over him as he picked it up, the scent of paper and ink mingling with the damp air, the whispers intensifying, voices now distinct, a woman's voice, soft, sorrowful, carried across the floodwater. "It is mine. It belongs to me. Please." Sam froze, heart hammering. He realized the ferryman had not asked for a mere object, but for a vessel of memory, of regret, of grief and longing. And as he clutched the letters to his chest, a shadow rose from the water, faint yet unmistakable. A hand, slender, pale, reaching for the box, the fingers trembling with cold and insistence. The ferryman's voice echoed across the river, calm and unyielding. Now the true toll is revealed. You have the object, but its price is your own. The hand grasped the box, water rippling violently, and Sam's knees buckled. The ferryman extended an oar, guiding the boat toward him, but it was clear that the toll required more than mere action. It demanded sacrifice, acknowledgement, surrender. Sam's eyes fell to the band of metal on his left hand, his wedding ring, a symbol of his own commitments, his own mortality, his own tether to life and love. With shaking hands, he removed it, feeling the cold bite of metal against wet skin, and extended it toward the ferryman. The old man took it without a word, the corners of his mouth twitching in a semblance of a smile that was neither warm nor cruel but absolute in its finality. The river shifted beneath the boat, currents pulling with sudden force, and Sam felt himself pushed back, drawn away from the shadowed hand, the house, the lamenting whispers, toward the murky safety of the familiar waters beyond. He awoke hours later, sunlight warming his face, the smell of river mud and vegetation familiar. The Everglades stretched out before him as if unchanged, yet he knew better. His hand felt strange, lighter, and he realized with a quiet, sharp pang that the ring was gone. A subtle circular scar had formed where it had rested, faint but undeniable, a permanent reminder of the price he had paid, of the boundary he had crossed, of the ferryman's toll exacted with precision and finality. The river was calm, the air soft with the aftermath of storm, yet every ripple, every whisper of wind, every distant croak of frog or bird seemed threaded with memory, with presence, with the shadow of what had transpired. Sam stood, legs trembling, and understood that survival had its cost, that passage through worlds visible or unseen was never without consequence, and that in the quiet aftermath, in the stillness of his own heartbeat, he carried with him a scar not just on flesh but on perception, on awareness, on the very essence of being. The Everglades stretched endlessly beneath the sky, still bruised by storm, each ripple of water reflecting light in shards that reminded Sam of broken glass, fragile, unpredictable, and dangerous. The river, dark and swollen from recent floods, had become something alive in its own right, an entity that observed and weighed him, pulling him toward unseen channels with currents that seemed purposeful, deliberate, as if the water itself had agency. Sam gripped the sides of the small boat, knuckles white, heart pounding in tandem with the river's pulse, and he realized that the crossing had only begun, that the toll he had glimpsed was rising, expanding beyond the initial act of surrender, a debt that demanded more than an object, it demanded reckoning. The ferryman remained near, standing silently at the prow, oar resting lightly against the water's surface, his eyes unreadable in the dim light, a sentinel not of judgment, but of inevitability. Sam could feel the weight of unseen presences a gathering of spirits that lingered just beyond perception, their forms blurred, voices tangled with the lapping of water and the cry of distant birds. Some whispered regrets and pleas, others moaned in tones that could almost be music, a haunting harmony of lives interrupted, fates denied, and opportunities lost. "You have begun," the ferryman intoned, voice low, threading like water through reeds. "Yet each step forward amplifies the cost. Are you prepared to see what lies beneath?" Sam swallowed. Words caught in his throat. There was no choice, no retreat, only the river ahead, winding like a dark ribbon into realms he could not name, toward a destination mapped only by necessity, by fate, by the ferryman's inscrutable will. The boat drifted forward, carried by currents that shifted subtly, drawing him toward submerged trees whose twisted roots clawed from the water like the fingers of the drowned, and he realized that this river was a conduit, a boundary between life and death, between choice and consequence, a liminal place where debts manifested as both sight and sensation. As the boat glided between dark, partially submerged trunks, Sam's ears caught something faint, yet persistent, a gurgling, muffled voice beneath the water, soft and pleading. At first he thought it was an animal trapped or struggling, yet the sound was far too articulate, too human, resonant with fear and longing. He leaned over the side, peering into black water that seemed to absorb light, and glimpsed the faintest shimmer of movement, something alive beneath, something aware, waiting. A chill ran along his spine, cold and penetrating, and he realized that the river itself was alive with remnants, echoes of those who had failed, who had not crossed, who had tried and been claimed. The ferryman's voice broke the silence again, calm, yet commanding. "The toll rises. The debt accrues. You are not alone here, and each spirit will weigh upon you until the final passage is paid. Choose wisely, for hesitation is as costly as ignorance." Sam's hands tightened on the boat's edge. Ahead, the river widened into a shallow basin, murky with the detritus of floods, with broken branches and submerged debris. At the center, half buried in water, he saw shapes moving, faint outlines of structures, perhaps the remnants of a village swallowed by the river's expansion, homes and possessions now transformed into prisons for memory and regret. A current swept the boat closer, guided as much by unseen hands as by natural flow, and Sam felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, phantom hands brushing the boat's edges, tugging, testing, pressing for acknowledgement. "You see them," the ferryman said, voice cutting softly through the air, "and they see you. The spirits recognize the living, and they seek their due, just as you seek passage. But do not be deceived. What you carry, what you offer, will be measured against the cost of their release." The river shifted beneath him, suddenly pulling the boat toward a particularly dense cluster of submerged shapes. Sam could make out outlines of furniture, walls, fragments of paper floating beneath the water, and the faint glint of metal caught in the currents. His gaze fell upon a small, skeletal figure, a child perhaps, who seemed to reach toward him with translucent hands. Panic surged, yet he knew he could not retreat. The toll demanded engagement, observation, participation. He reached forward tentatively, feeling the wet, cold brush of water against skin, and the child's image flickered, replaced by another, a woman in tattered clothing, hair floating around her face like kelp, eyes wide and unseeing, reaching with the same plaintive insistence. "Collect what is needed, or be consumed," the ferryman intoned, tone steady, almost clinical, yet carrying a weight of inevitability that pressed on Sam's mind. Heart hammering, Sam scanned the water, eyes searching for the next object of remorse, the token required to satisfy the toll. Beneath a submerged doorway he saw it, a locket, waterlogged and tarnished, catching faint moonlight. Inside, a photograph of a young couple, their faces smiling yet frozen in time, eyes that seemed impossibly sad, as though the lens had captured not merely their appearance but their fate. Sam understood immediately. It was not his life, not his memory, but the memory of someone lost here, trapped between worlds, and he must act on their behalf, must honor the grief, must bear the weight of their story in order to continue. The locket came free with a laborious tug, water gurgling around Sam's hands, currents pressing insistently against his wrists. He held it to his chest, feeling the chill of water seep through his clothing, and the whispers intensified, a chorus of lamentation layered with longing and accusation, reaching a pitch that pressed against his ears, against his skull, vibrating in his very bones. The ferryman's shadow was close now, leaning slightly forward, or lightly brushing the water, observing, waiting. Every token, the ferryman said, adds to your debt. You may carry these remnants, yet know that each is a burden, a life, thread you hold between worlds. One misstep, and the river claims more than it releases. And the weight of the locket in Sam's hands was physical and emotional. He felt the pull of the river, the press of currents, the soft tug of hands unseen, desperate, yearning, and he realized the toll was no longer metaphorical. It was tangible, insistent, a current that threaded through body and spirit alike. He seated himself in the boat, clutching the locket, letting the ferryman guide him onward. Yet with every stroke, the river shifted in subtle ways, deeper channels opening, shadows stretching and curling in response, and he felt that he was moving through a realm not entirely of this world. Hours, or perhaps moments' time, had lost its meaning past. Shapes rose from the water, forms of those drowned or lost, some pleading, some accusatory, all aware of him, all pressing against the boundary between life and death, seeking recognition, release, or acknowledgement. Sam understood at last that this was the rising toll. Not merely objects or tokens, but engagement, empathy, confrontation with the weight of existence, with the debts of lives intertwined, and he felt himself strained, exhausted, his body trembling, his mind stretched thin as he navigated both river and responsibility. The final toll approaches, the ferryman said, voice steady, unyielding. You must surrender something of yourself. Nothing less will suffice. And Sam's hand moved instinctively to his wedding band, feeling the cool metal against damp skin. The locket burned lightly against his chest, the whispers of lost souls pressing inward, and he understood. The toll would demand personal sacrifice, a price drawn not from another, but from himself, from that which he held most dear, from the tangible tether to his life, love, and mortality. The river widened, currents converging, guiding the boat toward a faint pier, a place that shimmered with unnatural light, as though the river itself were preparing for the transaction, the exchange, the reckoning. Sam's knuckles whitened, chest tight, and with a tremor, he removed the ring, placing it alongside the locket on the seat beside him. The ferryman's hand hovered, waiting, and the river rippled, water dark and alive, responding to the offering. Now you face the full weight of the toll, the ferryman intoned, and you will know what it means to be both debtor and witness. A sudden surge of water lifted the boat, currents twisting violently, the whispering voices rising to a cacophony, as if the river itself was testing, judging, pressing against Sam, seeking the final compliance. He clutched the locket and the ring, heart hammering, knowing that survival was no longer assured, that the rising toll demanded courage, acceptance, and surrender beyond the ordinary, and that to hesitate was to risk everything. The ferryman guided the boat with deliberate strokes, steering toward a bend where shadows coalesced into form, where the voices sharpened into a coherent, singular presence. A woman, translucent yet insistent, her eyes wide, mouth opening in silent plea, her hand reaching for the locket, a tether between her and the world Sam had briefly entered. You have the object, the ferryman said, voice calm but absolute. But the toll is never fully paid. It rises, as it always will, until what is owed is recognized, acknowledged, and released. Sam extended the locket. The woman's hand closed around it, water rippling with sudden force, and he felt the river shift again, currents guiding him back toward the familiar channel beyond the bend. toward the world he knew yet would never truly re-enter unchanged. He looked down at his own hands, realizing the ring was gone, replaced by a faint, circular scar where it had rested, and he understood fully. The rising tool was not a momentary trial, but a lasting transformation, a debt etched into flesh, mind, and spirit alike. The Everglades had settled into a quiet, deceptive calm. Mist clung low over the water, blurring the horizon, muting sound, and making the river feel infinite, a corridor of liminality that existed outside ordinary time. Sam sat in the boat, the locket clutched to his chest, the faint scar from the lost ring burning like a quiet brand against his finger, a reminder that debts were cumulative, and that the ferryman's toll was far from complete. The river ahead seemed to pulse with expectation, as if anticipating the next step, the next transaction, the next revelation of what it truly meant to cross between worlds. The ferryman remained at the prow, silent, his tall figure unmoving. Yet every so often the oar dipped slightly, stirring the black water in ripples that carried whispers, echoes, and faint laughter. The air smelled of wet earth and decay, moss and rot, as if the river had swallowed entire forests, whole lives, and yet kept their essence alive in the subtle play of shadow and movement. Sam's own breathing sounded amplified in this stillness, each exhale a concession to the strange, oppressive reality of the place. "You carry the debt," the ferryman finally said, voice calm and unwavering, threading through the fog like a steady current. "But possession is not redemption. A bargain must be struck, or you remain adrift." Sam's stomach tightened. He'd understood that crossing the river required objects of remorse, offerings drawn from the lives of the departed, tokens of loss and grief. Yet he sensed that these were merely the preliminary steps, the low whispers before the roar, a prelude to something far greater, more demanding. The ferryman's eyes, faintly glinting in the mist, suggested a knowledge beyond human comprehension, an understanding of balance, of consequence, of debts written not on paper, but on the very soul. The boat drifted toward a small island, rising gently from the dark water, its edges lined with twisted mangroves, roots clawing like fingers into the riverbed. A figure appeared on the shore, indistinct at first, then sharpening into the shape of a man, tall and thin, his features familiar yet impossibly distant, an echo from Sam's own life, perhaps, or a conjuration of the river itself. His eyes were deep pools of memory, sorrow, and regret, and he held out a hand, palm open, waiting. "The bargain," the ferryman intoned, "requires more than tokens. You must trade, something of yourself, something truly yours. Only then may passage continue." Sam swallowed hard, heart pounding. The locket pressed against his chest, its weight suddenly more than physical. He understood, instinctively, that the object of remorse was merely a bridge, a medium for a deeper exchange, one that demanded personal surrender. He extended a hand, trembling, toward the figure, and felt the weight of every spirit he had glimpsed, every plea he had heard along the river. The figure on the shore shifted, becoming both clearer and more ephemeral at once. Its voice, when it spoke, was a whisper carried across water and wind, melodic yet sorrowful. "You have something of value. Offer it willingly, and we may balance what is owed. Hesitate, and you will drown in what you cannot see." Ugh. Sam's fingers closed around the locket, then hesitated. What was truly his to offer? The lost ring, the memory of love, the fragment of life that tethered him to the world above? The river responded, subtly at first, currents twisting, lifting, pressing against the boat as if testing his resolve, gauging the depth of his commitment, measuring the integrity of his surrender. He set the locket down gently on the surface of the boat, then extended his hand toward the ferryman, wordless, offering the empty space where his ring had been. The ferryman's eyes narrowed, approving without emotion, and the river responded immediately, eddies spiraling outward, whispers rising to a chorus of lamentation and recognition, a tide of sound that pressed against Sam's mind, demanding clarity, focus, understanding. "A bargain is a balance," the ferryman continued, voice cutting through the chorus, steady, precise. "You must understand what you give, and what it will claim in return. Nothing is free. Every crossing requires equivalence. Every debt exacts its toll. The river shifted, currents converging to form a narrow passage lined with specters, half-formed, their faces twisted in expressions of longing, fear, grief, and reproach. Sam's heart hammered, mind straining against the weight of so many presences, and he realized that the bargain was not merely with the ferryman, but with every soul whose debt lingered in the water, every life intertwined with his own passage. As the boat entered the passage, the air grew colder, heavier, filled with the scent of wet decay and old blood, a miasma that seemed to press against Sam's lungs, constricting his breath. Shapes rose from the water, skeletal hands reaching for him, faces screaming silently, and he felt an almost physical pressure on his chest, as if the river sought to measure the depth of his courage, to test the purity of his surrender. "Do you understand?" the ferryman asked, voice low, precise. "Every token you carry is not yours alone. Every act of mercy, every moment of empathy, adds to the weight. The bargain is not just passage. It is witness. It is acknowledgement. It is responsibility. Can you bear it?" Sam's gaze fell to the locket, to the faded photograph within. He could almost feel the warmth of the lives captured there, the echo of love interrupted, of grief eternal. He nodded, silent, and extended his hand further, a gesture of acceptance, of submission, of willingness to bear the debt, whatever it might demand. The ferryman dipped the oar into the water, guiding the boat with deliberate strokes, and the river responded, currents twisting, lifting, carrying Sam forward, yet resisting subtly, demanding focus, attention, and recognition. Whispered voices layered over one another, urgent and insistent, and Sam felt the first tendrils of fatigue, of fear, of doubt pressing against his mind. He clenched his jaw, tightened his grip on the boat, and continued forward toward the heart of the river, toward the place where the bargain would be sealed. From the mist ahead, a shadow rose, tall and imposing, its presence both human and not, its form fluid, shimmering with water and light, a reflection of all that had been lost, of all that remained unpaid. It spoke without moving lips, voice carried directly into Sam's consciousness. "You have brought the token, yet it is not yours to command. Do you wish to cross, or remain tethered to the weight of what you cannot release?" Sam understood immediately. The ferryman was not merely a guide, but an arbiter, a judge, a keeper of thresholds, and the river was a crucible, testing not strength of body, but strength of conscience, of memory, of willingness to surrender. He placed his hand over his heart, over the locket, over the scar from the lost ring, and whispered, almost to himself, "I surrender what I must. I bear the cost. I seek only passage and recognition of what has been lost." The shadow shimmered, condensing, its form solidifying into a pale, slender hand, extending from the river itself, grasping the locket, then closing around Sam's wrist in a pressure both insistent and approving. The ferryman nodded slightly, oar tapping the water in measured rhythm, guiding the boat forward, and Sam felt the river respond, currents lifting, spiraling, carrying him with a force that was both gentle and irresistible. "The bargain is struck," the ferryman said, voice final yet devoid of triumph or malice. "You have given, you have witnessed, you have acknowledged. Passage awaits. But remember, every toll paid leaves its mark. This river remembers. Every debt is etched, every bargain recorded." Sam's breath came in sharp, ragged bursts, chest heaving, and he looked down at his hands. The locket was gone, taken by the hand of the shadow, yet a warmth lingered where it had rested, a sense of closure, of resolution, of balance, achieved yet incomplete, as if the river itself had absorbed a portion of his being, a fragment of his soul, leaving the remainder to continue forward. The Everglades opened before him once more, wide and calm, reflecting the pale light of a moon now breaking through the mist. The boat glided forward, carried by currents that seemed familiar, yet tinged with the ineffable presence of everything he had encountered. Sam realized, in that quiet moment, that the ferryman's bargain was not a single act, but a process, a continuum, a series of acknowledgments and sacrifices that would extend beyond the river, beyond the night, beyond memory itself. And yet, despite exhaustion, fear, and the weight of the debt, a fragile sense of understanding settled over him. He had faced the river, witnessed its toll, surrendered what was required, and glimpsed the mechanics of balance between worlds. The journey was far from over, but he had learned the first essential truth. The ferryman demanded recognition, the river demanded responsibility, and every bargain required more than obedience. It demanded comprehension, empathy, and courage. The boat drifted into the dim light of the next bend, and Sam understood, fully, that the ferryman awaited the final act, the ultimate toll, the last passage. Beyond lay a threshold, a crossing not merely of water, but of life, death, and what lay between, and Sam's heart tightened as he realized the rising toll was far from over. It was merely ascending toward its apex, drawing him inexorably toward the culmination of the bargain. The river had grown colder, darker, a living shadow winding through the Everglades with the patience of eternity. Sam's muscles ached from hours of gripping the boat, from navigating currents that seemed both natural and malevolent, from the constant pressure of unseen eyes and whispered voices pressing in from the mists. Mist clung to the water's surface in rolling sheets, curling and twisting like spectral serpents, and the air smelled of mud, decay, and something more subtle, a metallic tang that raised the hair on the back of Sam's neck. The river was a mirror, reflecting not only the world above, but the truths hidden beneath, and each ripple carried the weight of the past, the present, and the debts yet to come. The ferryman remained at the prow, silent, his tall form a constant reminder of inevitability. His eyes, dark as the river itself, scanned the waters, watching not the boat, not Sam, but the subtle shifts in currents, the rise of ripples where something unseen moved below. Sam could feel the river responding to him, to the choices he had made, to the offerings he had surrendered, and he understood that the price of passage was not merely what he had given. It was the recognition of what he must give next, the confrontation with the living consequences of his journey. A sudden disturbance in the water ahead drew his attention. Shapes rising, twisting, forming humanoid outlines, yet not entirely human. Eyes glinted with unspent sorrow, mouths opening in silent screams that reverberated inside his mind rather than through the air. Sam's heart thudded in his chest, each beat echoing in the boat as if amplified by the river itself. He realized that these were not merely remnants of the drowned or lost, they were guardians, sentinels of the threshold, manifestations of the price he had yet to understand. "You have walked far," the ferryman intoned, voice threading through mist and silence, "yet every step draws you deeper into the debt. The river does not forgive. The toll increases as you near the crossing." Sam's gaze fell to the locket's absence, the faint scar from his lost ring, reminders that each act of surrender left an indelible mark. He could not retreat, could not turn back. The river offered no mercy, no second chance, only forward, and the rising pressure pressed against his chest, against his mind, against the very air around him. The water stirred again, eddies forming at impossible angles, currents lifting the boat, spinning it gently, then aligning it as though guiding him toward a focal point in the darkness ahead. A whisper emerged from the river itself, carried on currents and waves, a voice simultaneously intimate and alien. "To pass, you must give what you fear most. You must confront what you cannot bear, and relinquish it willingly. Only then will the river allow the living to return." And Sam's throat tightened. The ferryman's terms had been clear yet never fully explained. Now, the full weight of understanding pressed down. The river demanded more than objects, more than tokens of regret. It demanded essence, willingness to relinquish attachments, the surrender of what defined him. Sam's thoughts flickered to his family, to the ring he had lost, to the memory of moments now irrevocable. He knew that he must offer not merely a token, but a fragment of himself, a part of his life, his love, his being, to balance the toll. From the mist, shapes coalesced into figures, familiar yet spectral faces he recognized, not from life, but from stories, from memory, from the river's weaving of regret. A woman emerged, translucent yet radiant with sorrow, reaching for him, her mouth moving in a silent plea. A child rose beside her, eyes wide, hands extended, a mirror of innocence lost and opportunity denied. Sam realized with sudden clarity that the river demanded acknowledgement of these lives, these debts, and that to cross he must accept their weight fully, bear it as his own. "Do you see them?" the ferryman asked, voice calm yet edged with authority. "Every soul you encounter adds to the price. You may take only what you can carry, and yet carry all that is owed." Sam's hand instinctively went to his chest, to the scar where the ring had been, to the empty space where the locket had rested. He closed his eyes, drawing in a trembling breath, and spoke aloud, voice nearly drowned by the river's whispers. "I will carry it. I will bear the weight. I surrender what is required, and I accept the price." The mist thickened, swirling around the boat, rising like smoke, curling in eddies that seemed alive. Currents pressed from all sides, lifting, shifting, spinning the boat, and Sam felt the presence of the river itself, the living essence of the Everglades coiling around him, testing, measuring, seeking compliance. He clutched the sides of the boat, knuckles white, muscles trembling, but he did not resist. He surrendered, wholly to the process, and the river responded with a subtle shift, currents easing, the mists parting just enough to reveal a path ahead. "The toll is nearing its culmination," the ferryman said, voice unwavering. "But the price is not yet paid. You must offer the final token, the piece that binds the living to the departed, and accept the consequence of your crossing." Sam looked down at his hands. The river reflected the night sky above, fragmented and distorted, and he understood that the final token was himself. Not a possession, not an object, not even memory, but a willing fragment of his essence, something that belonged solely to him, and yet could be offered, relinquished, balanced. He clenched his chest, drawing forth courage, and reached inward, feeling the warmth of life, of love, of mortality itself, as if the river demanded a pulse, a heartbeat, an acknowledgement of being. Shapes emerged from the water, rising higher, forming a corridor of light and shadow, of memory and regret, guiding the boat toward a threshold that shimmered with unnatural energy. Sam felt the pull of every soul he had encountered, the press of their eyes, the weight of their stories, and he understood fully that the price of passage was not merely physical, but spiritual, emotional, existential. He must surrender not to fear but to understanding, not to despair but to responsibility, not to the river but to the debt it carried. The ferryman dipped the oar into the water, guiding the boat with deliberate strokes, and the river responded, eddies forming perfect circles around the vessel, currents spiraling with a precision that was almost mathematical in its inevitability. The spectral figures reached out, brushing against Sam, their touch cold yet comforting, demanding acknowledgement, demanding recognition, demanding the final act of surrender. "Do you accept the toll?" the ferryman asked, voice low, a vibration that seemed to resonate through Sam's bones. "Do you understand the price of passage, and will you pay it willingly?" Sam swallowed, chest tight, eyes fixed on the horizon where a faint light shimmered. He extended his hand into the air, feeling the presence of the river, the ferryman, and the spirits, and spoke. "I accept. I understand. I pay the price." The river responded immediately. Currents lifted the boat, spinning it gently, then aligning it along a narrow channel of shimmering water. The mist parted fully, revealing a shallow basin of light at the end of the river, a liminal space between life and the unknown, between the world above and the mysteries below. Sam felt the essence of the river pressing against him, a gentle yet insistent pressure, and he understood that his surrender had been noted, recorded, absorbed. From the water, a hand emerged, slender, ethereal, reaching for the final fragment he offered. Sam extended his own hand, and their contact was electric, cold, yet intimate, a connection that bridged worlds, a binding of debt and fulfillment. The ferryman nodded once, sharply, and the river's surface calmed, the mists retreating, leaving the boat gliding silently toward the exit, toward the familiar world beyond, toward the safety of return. "The price has been paid," the ferryman said, voice distant now, fading with the retreating mist. "You have crossed, yet remember, every debt leaves its mark. Every bargain echoes through time. The river remembers, as do I." Sam exhaled, long and trembling, feeling the tension leave his body in slow waves. The scar on his finger throbbed, faintly, a permanent reminder that the toll was not only paid, but internalized. The locket was gone, the ring lost, but the essence of his surrender, the acknowledgement of every life, every debt, every toll, remained etched in his being. The Everglades opened before him, wide and calm, reflecting starlight that now seemed familiar, grounding, safe. And yet, Sam knew that the river, the ferryman, the tolls and bargains would remain with him always, a silent rhythm beneath his heartbeat, a presence in every shadow, a whisper in every current, a reminder that passage was never free, that every crossing demanded price, and that the living and the dead were forever entwined along the dark, winding water of the Everglades. The Everglades stretched endlessly, a dark, undulating expanse of water and mist, yet Sam felt for the first time that he was approaching the end. The river seemed quieter now, but not peaceful, rather. It had assumed the weight of expectation, as if every ripple, every sigh of the mist, every distant call of an unseen bird were waiting for the final act, the final reckoning. The air was thick with humidity and salt, the faint tang of decay and wet earth permeating everything, pressing against his skin like a reminder that the river's memory was long, and nothing could leave it unchanged. The ferryman remained at the prow, silhouette tall and immovable, oar resting lightly in the water, tapping a slow rhythm that echoed across the surface. His eyes, dark and unblinking, surveyed Sam with the weight of centuries, of debts tallied and bargains struck, of souls ferried and tolls collected. "You have come far," the ferryman said, voice low, threading through the mist like a current itself. "You have borne the burden, offered the tokens, surrendered pieces of yourself. Yet the final toll is not yet claimed. Will you pay it willingly, knowing it is yours alone to offer?" Sam's chest tightened. He had already given the locket, the empty space of the lost ring, his acknowledgement of the spectral presences, the recognition of debts he could scarcely name. But he understood now that the final toll would demand more. Not objects, not memories, not tokens, but the very essence of his being, a fragment of life itself, offered willingly and fully. The river ahead shimmered, and from the mist a shape arose, more substantial than any previous apparition. It was the girl, pale, ethereal, her eyes pools of sorrow and longing, her hand extended toward him, delicate yet insistent. Her presence radiated both accusation and forgiveness, a reminder of the cost he had not yet paid, the debt that tethered him to the crossing. "You cannot take me," she whispered, voice like the brushing of silk across water. "But you can give. You can offer what you have held too tightly, what binds you to life and memory. Only then may you pass." Sam swallowed hard, hand going instinctively to the scar on his finger where the ring had been, and then to the phantom weight of the locket he had surrendered. He could feel the presence of the river pressing against him, currents swirling in anticipation, tugging at the edges of the boat, testing him, demanding the final act of courage. He drew a trembling breath and extended his hand toward the girl, willing himself to release, to surrender fully, to pay the toll that had been accruing with every bend, every ripple, every encounter along the river. "I offer it all," he said, voice hoarse. "My life, my memory, my regrets, take them, and let me pass." The girl's hand met his, and the river seemed to respond with a rush of movement. Currents twisting, swirling, lifting the boat gently, then steadying it, guiding it toward a faint glow on the horizon. Sam felt the pressure on his chest ease slightly, though his heart hammered violently, each beat a reminder of the magnitude of what he had offered. Around him, the mist parted, revealing spectral forms, all the lives he had encountered, all the debts he had acknowledged, nodding in silent recognition, their faces serene, almost luminous in the dim light. The ferryman's oar struck the water once, a sharp, deliberate motion that sent ripples across the river. The sound was deafening in the stillness, echoing as if amplified 1,000-fold, and the shadows of the spirits quivered, bending and bowing as if acknowledging that the toll had been paid, that balance had been achieved. "The final toll is accepted," the ferryman said, voice carrying the weight of inevitability. "But remember, nothing crosses untouched. Every debt leaves a mark. Every bargain is inscribed upon the soul. You will return, yet a part of you will remain, tethered to the river, to the passage, to the reckoning." Sam closed his eyes as the river surged beneath him, currents lifting the boat as if carrying him on invisible wings. He felt a warmth spread through his chest, a mingling of fear, relief, sorrow, and understanding. The girl's hand pressed briefly against his, a contact that burned like fire and faded like mist, and he felt the fragment of himself, his memory, his love, his very essence lifted into the river, absorbed into its flow, settling among the debts and bargains that had existed long before him and would continue long after. A chorus of whispers rose, soft and harmonious, voices of the departed, of the ferried, of the tolls long paid and long owed. They sang not in words, but in feeling, in recognition, in the subtle vibration of the river itself. Sam could feel the current of their collective presence, the weight of what had been surrendered, and a sense of completion, however fragile, settled over him. The glow on the horizon grew brighter, coalescing into the familiar outlines of the Everglades beyond the mist. The world of life, of air and sun, of concrete and grass, of existence that was his to return to. The boat moved steadily toward it, guided by unseen hands, propelled by the river itself, as if acknowledging that the bargain had been struck fully, irrevocably. "Step lightly," the ferryman said, voice fading with the mist, "for the river does not forget. Every passage, every toll, every crossing leaves its mark upon the living. Go now, and remember what you have given and what you have received." "I?" Sam leaned forward, gripping the edges of the boat as it reached the shallow banks of the familiar Everglades. He could see the moonlight reflecting on the water, silver and calm, a stark contrast to the darkness and turbulence of the river he had traversed. With a deep, trembling breath, he stepped onto solid ground. The boat remained momentarily, rocking gently, then vanished as if it had never existed, leaving only the mist curling above the water's surface and the faint echoes of the ferryman's oar tapping in rhythm. He stood for a long moment, chest heaving, heart pounding, and looked down at his hands. No locket remained, no ring, only the faint scar that throbbed with the memory of the debt paid. He felt an absence deep within, a fragment of his essence left behind, yet a presence lingered as well, a quiet, subtle understanding that he had crossed, that he had fulfilled the bargain, that he had witnessed and surrendered and survived. The night was still, the Everglades calm, yet Sam sensed the river's memory around him, in the air, in the mist, in the quiet gurgle of water over roots. The ferryman's toll had been exacted, the final bargain struck, and Sam knew that life beyond the river would never feel entirely the same. Every reflection of water, every ripple in a puddle, every flowing stream would carry the faint echo of the river, of the girl, of the debt, of the passage, and of the price he had willingly paid. A distant owl called, echoing across the water, a sound both familiar and oddly foreign. Sam shivered, feeling the weight of what he had relinquished and the strange lightness of what remained. He turned toward the path leading from the riverbank, the first rays of dawn beginning to touch the horizon, soft and pale, and stepped forward, each footfall firm yet reverent. The ferryman was gone, the river quiet, but the lesson remained. Passage was never free. Every crossing exacted a toll, every bargain bore its mark, and every soul, whether living or departed, demanded recognition, understanding, and surrender. Sam's hand brushed against his chest, feeling the empty space where the fragment of himself had been claimed, and he knew with a clarity that both thrilled and unsettled him that the price of life was never fully visible, only understood in the echoes of choices, sacrifices, and debts paid in full. And as he walked from the river, the mist retreating behind him, the Everglades stretching silent and eternal, Sam understood the final truth. He had survived, yes, but survival came with memory, with the haunting knowledge of what was given, and with the indelible mark of the ferryman's toll. The river remembered, the bargains endured, and the living carried the weight of passage onward, forever touched, forever changed, forever marked by the final toll. You have walked the trails of ancient debts, descended into sealed manors, faced curses that claw at the soul, climbed towers of forbidden lament, and crossed rivers where the ferryman collects his due. Remember, each tale lingers beyond the page, beyond the night, and into your own quiet hours. Secrets have been seen, bargains noted, and debts are never truly forgotten. Sleep lightly, listener, for somewhere, in the corners of your world, the shadows are listening, waiting for the price to be paid.